like he gets introduced by Judge Napolitano. Max Blumenthal, an award-winning journalist, as well as the editor and chief and founder of independent investigation news website The Gray Zone. He's also the best-selling author of several books, including Goliath, the 51-Day War, and the management of Sabbath. Welcome back to the show, my good friend Max Blumenthal.
Yeah, it's great to see you, Jimmy.
Well, dueling Napolitanos.
I lost my Napolitano. I haven't been on in like a couple weeks. I'll be on tomorrow.
Okay.
You are a great friend of the show, and we love having you here. And we love you. Yeah, he's he's the warmest host to ever welcome me.
He really does lay it on thick. I appreciate it. I wish he'd invite me on the show just so I could hear him say that to me.
Well, we can make that happen.
All right, let's do it. Tell me what I got to do, and I'll do it. So the reason why I'm having you on, Max, is because the Democrats, just so you know, are neocons, okay? And the Democrats wanted this war for a long time, too. But here's Senator Chris Murphy. Now, he was out. Look what he's what he was saying on April 1st. The reason I believe the war with Iran has to stop now is because every day Trump tries to clean up one mistake with a new, more innovative mistake. Every day we get deeper into a quagmire. Let's listen to him tell Chris Hayes, fake lefty Chris Hayes.
My clear preference is for this to end tomorrow.
Right. Okay.
Right.
So you're on the same page.
Yeah, because listen, every day the mismanagement and the competence gets deeper and deeper. I mean, remember, they are literally talking about an invasion of Karg Island, holding the island hostage in order to maybe convince the Iranians to stop mining the strait. You know, that is kind of like the old lady who swallowed the fly, right?
Right.
It's just we're gonna get deeper and deeper in.
Yes.
We're gonna do stupider things in order to clean up our previous mistakes.
Right.
And the consequences of that, a ground invasion.
I can't listen to it. Even if Jimmy's gonna have a good point, I can't listen to that guy, whoever he is. Senator something or other. It's amazing. I think Netanyahu and his manipulation, or Trump on his own, have given the Democrats everything they need, but the Democrats they're not going to be able to make hay. All right. So today, Railtown's up. And I don't know if Bob's your uncle is going to be on today. It'd be interesting to see what he did. Because yesterday, and you know, it's not a big deal. If Bob was trying to save a penny, today he might have to pay a penny more or 2 pennies more. And that's the give and take of the market. But yesterday, if he had just put it in at the ask, it wouldn't have gone off at the ask. I can almost guarantee. And he'd be up 2 pennies already. It's just we get into weird habits. And do you see the 52,500 for sale? 52,500 for sale? That bastard can never get his stock sold. Look, apparently there's an idiot out there. He's got a brain the size of half a hollow out pea. I'm just kidding around with that, but I'm trying to point out to you that's manipulated. Nobody's selling 52,500 shares. They use that same number every time, one, to make you think it's a big number, but it's communication. He's probably the lead dog of a bunch of hyenas saying, hey, we got your asses covered if you want to come play. Guys, if you want to be a victim, just drop your drawers, get some sort of lubricant, and bend over. If you don't want to be a victim, if you don't want to be taken advantage of, stop trusting everybody. And you know what's funny? How do you know you can trust me? How do you know? You don't really. I'm the only person I trust on these venues, except for maybe a handful. But even that, I'm not always so sure. Because, you know, when I lose my temper or I'm upset, or I might be getting caught up in an emotional reaction that plays into the gamemanship of these. It's always men. They don't care. They do hire some women. They hire the women to bash, but it's the manipulators are men. And they just don't care about you. Really, Bill? I do care. Then why were you out with that other guy the other night? Why don't we marry? I'm meant to come into a wee property in Scotland. All right, the volume is 74,000 shares, 29 bid, 29.8 ask. The same guy selling 52,500. 200 shares went off at 29. All right. You are amazing. You are 19,091,812 shares. 19 million, almost 100, almost 19,100,000 shares of Railtown. You guys are my heroes. You guys are my heroes. All right, let's see. We'll go through, I'll go through your comments first, and then we'll go through, you know, whatever little bit I can come up to talk about something other than the same thing that I've been saying for months now. So Railtown's 29 cents. That's the bid, 29 by 29.4. The low today was 27.7. And I think that was the ask yesterday, or certainly the worst that Bob would have paid yesterday would have been right around the low today. Look, I'm not criticizing. It's always worth a shot. But you got to, you go, well, it didn't work. That's the cost of my short-term strategy. The cost is I'm paying a little bit more. And that's what I try to get across when I give my examples. To me, most of the time, if I really like the story, I'd rather just pay the extra penny to get it done. I don't want to pay more tomorrow. But yes, sometimes you pay less tomorrow. But I don't know. After years of doing it, decades of doing it, I'd rather just know I have my position than, and if I paid too much, I paid too much. But it's not very much more. It's like a penny. What's a penny? What's 2 pennies? Just to know you have it. But, now somebody's dropped in. I always see these 12 fives. Is there really somebody out there with 12,500 for sale every single bloody day? No, nobody's selling that owns this stock. Even the people that are pissed off aren't selling because they don't want to sell this low. It's all manipulation. And I'm sorry you have to go through it. Write letters to Ann Wagner, the dolt. She actually doesn't want a consolidated trail, an audited trail of trades to protect your privacy. You can't drive down the highway if they don't see that you're chewing on a Burger King versus a McDonald's burger and they store it in the National Trust somewhere. You have no privacy. What is she going on about? She's paid by Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan and Stevie Cohen, the ever expanding Stevie Cohen. Do you ever notice that people that are morally questionable get fat? It's almost like the human being doesn't like doing bad things. So you have to comfort food it. All right, so Railtown's up 1.0121 at 28.93. I showed you that stock the other day, Contango, CTGO, and I told you it could have a rally. I wasn't trying to distract you, but it was $16. Now it's 23. So sometimes the charts tell you something, or your sense of what's happening tells you something. That help stock HLP is down 0.025 at 86 cents. Finger is, well, I think it's being in the middle of its last throws in terms of these prices. What do I mean by that? It's up now. It's up 0.0292 at 85.02, but it's quite possible they're going to do what you have on your side is management and the shareholders, the large shareholders know what's going on, and they might work with you to make sure it doesn't happen. But that company needs to raise money unless there's a big source of revenue, which possibly that C2 contract, that $5 million they raised over a year ago, maybe that's going to come in with some return of capital. But the risk is they're going to have to raise money. And if they raise money under $1, when have they ever raised money above the market? Then the whole, drum roll, please. We're going to do a 1 for 10, 1 for 20 reverse split. And then you just get your ownership. It's just a nightmare. Hopefully it doesn't happen. Microsoft is down 219 at 370. That's an odd juxtaposition of stocks. One's 28.289, 28 cents, and the other's $370. All right, the Dow's down 250, NASDAQ's up 62, S&P's down 8. Don't get complacent. Israel's going to make sure this war continues. I think the population, a large part of the population of Israel and its current leaders are mentally ill. I don't know if it's just years of being under threat. It's generations of the horrors that, particularly in the broadest definition of Europe, that previous generations have experienced such awful treatment. I don't know where it comes from, but Israel is not going to go with this peace accord. They're slaughtering people, civilians in Lebanon. And the world says nothing. The media says nothing. Why? Because the media is controlled by Zionists. And it's not a good thing being a Zionist. There's nothing good about being a Zionist. That's the distinct name. It's distinct from the culture or the religion or the heritage of being Jewish. Has nothing to do with that. Well, it's got something to do with it, I suppose, because Zionism is about Israel and all that. But I don't know. Do men and women even know how to interpret what God means when God talks about Israel? Is it really the sand on a temporary earth? Or is it the concept of love and God's I was going to say Christ, but that but God's place for each of us in the hereafter? We don't know. But we're gonna commit murder against other of God's children because we're special? There's a sickness going on. And by the way, we have it too in the United States. Why does the media always portray Arabs as other? Just like the media used to portray Indians in the United States as other. Now everything's woke. So you can't name a football team Indians or a baseball team Redskins. But you can still do it to Arabs. Why? Why? It's an agenda. I actually think that religion and turning people against each other and really getting murder and rape and pillaging and destruction of families, homes, jobs, that sets into motion generations of rage, and it keeps people separate. Who does it help? Who does it help? Well, it helps whoever the puppet masters are. You fill in the blank. My guess the puppet masters are, because of my bias, I think everything's run by money. I think everything's power comes to money in this earth. And I think the puppet masters are probably the city of London or New York. I doubt it's Tokyo or Geneva. Could be. Is London the control of this giant continent of America, or has somehow the American banking system overtaken the conniving bankers in London? I don't know. Could just be, as I've said to you many times, Iran, Russia, Venezuela, China, one foot in, one foot out. But these countries, their collateral has not been claimed by the banksters. You know, what the banksters are doing to your stock portfolios is just the stress of where do they find profits? Because they need to show profits so they can get their annual pound of flesh. And they need performance to show performance. And they need war and patriotism and rah rah. And the United States prints dollars. They destroyed the pound. Now they're going to destroy the dollar. But before everything goes down, they're going to take us to war. And then we're going to, you're going to get offended if I say something wrong or I point out an idea for thought. But bottom line, they want the bloody collateral. Regime change. Regime change is all about putting somebody in that you can get their signature, and all of a sudden $10 trillion worth of oil shows up on the balance sheet of JP Morgan. That's all it is. And then you can lever that up to 100 trillion. Or we're lucky if it stops at 10 to 1. These banksters are the geniuses of the world, but they ask them to paint a house, ask them to dig a ditch, ask them to come up with a new medical technology, ask them to do anything other than manipulate profits and manipulate their own wealth. They can't. And we're going to go to war, destroying entire populations. We're going to bomb an entire civilization out of existence. All because the banks are about to go down because they've suppressed silver for 25, 30 years. Or they're in trouble with their other machinations. What's so great about these people? They seduce you with an ETF that gives you 7% a year while they flood the system with counterfeit shares. Why do we bow down to banksters? But we do. All right. Let me just check to see if we're at war or jaw. I hope we're still at jaw. But how can it possibly work that Trump sends two Zionists who I think have shown by their actions they're liars? They have the interests of Israel at heart, or their own wealth before the United States of America. They're not even sworn in anywhere. He's sending them to negotiate. Iran doesn't trust Witkoff or Kushner. But he is sending J.D. Vance. And I don't know. I haven't been a big fan of J.D. Vance, but if he can do something to get Trump out of this, I'm going to be impressed. But not while Kushner and Witkoff are there. They're there to queer it, so it's all Israel. All right, enough of that. What's so great about Jennifer Lopez? J-Lo hits a new low. Her rear end hits a new high. He remarries. Ben Affleck remarries her. 2 years later, he gives up his share of the $61 million mansion to her. For what? That's some high, to quote Richard Pryor. No. To quote Eddie Murphy, that's some high price. Yum. All right, let me see if I can get that to you. it probably won't show up unless I'm on, maybe I'm not. Let me see if I can do it. If I can get on Wi-Fi on both, I can show you this. But let me first, yeah, I'm not on Wi-Fi, so I'll turn on. Okay, I am there, but I'm going to read comments first before I change it here because I'll lose comments. But on Railtown, what somebody just sent me, support, he's pretty good at reading charts. Support at 27 cents and MACD turning up. Looks like we have bottom here. But of course, he's a pro. He writes famous last words. But I'll try to show you his chart if I can get these to communicate. But first, I'll read some of your comments. The Grim Reaper. Hey, Jeff. You're number one today. You're number one today, Jeff. Pat M, hi all. Oh, Jeff said TGIF. Exactly. That's a good sentiment. Pat says, hi all. Fast Eddie, how do? To you as well. Fast Eddie. Chestnut, hello. Hello. Hello all. And William, there's that great dog. That is a dog that needs a big hug. If it can stand it. Dogs don't like hugs. Switching to Wi-Fi turned off my quotes, so I had to sign back in. Okay. Steve, unknown stuntman. Hi, Uncle Bill. Hi, Steve. Adela. Hi, William. I have a new total for you. Wow. Adela. That, my friend, is taking advantage of another group's short-term goals. You're paying 3 or 4D chess. You're thinking long-term while they're thinking short-term. And your long-term might not be more than 2 weeks to maybe 2 months. Good for you. Sold some junk I didn't need. That's great. Exactly what to do. Exactly right to do. Might be under Ted Williams. Yeah, I found you under Ted Williams. Thank you for reminding me of that. That's fantastic, Adela. Pat M says, great job, Adela. Look like getting free shares. I got 10,000 more when I sold stuff. Now look at that, Pat. Whatever that crap was you sold, you don't care about it. You don't miss it. Right now, 10,000, it's what, $3,000? It's, I mean, that's a significant amount of money, but it's really in your lifetime, 3,000. But what if 10,000 goes to $25 a share? You just turned your junk crap into $250,000, maybe. I mean, I know there's speculation there and some assumptions, but I think that's what you did. So it's brilliant. Good for you, Pat, and good for Adela. Donna M says hello. Hello all. And I say hello to you, Donna. Adela says yes. Donna says that's great, Pat. Pat M plus, I made more room in the garage and basement. Win-win. Adela, rent out the room in the garage and you can buy more shares every month. You guys are all getting my sickness. It's contagious. But I think you're doing the right thing. Ricky Brogan, hi William and RT crew, hi sir. Adela, next week 40 cents would be nice. Not for me. I'm hoping to buy some, but I get it. Look, I'm sure if I'm ever granted the ability to have a little cash to buy some, it'll be too late. But let's not, maybe not. Maybe I have to have the power of positive thinking and say that that's how it used to be. This time will be different. Ricky Brogan had a neurosurgeon appointment this 8:45 a.m. I meant to put an order in for Mata shares about the time they called for me. Well, you can still do it. You just have to pay a little more. That's all. Guys and girls, whether you pay 27 cents, 47 cents, 77 cents, sometime in the not too distant future, that's all going to blur together and look like essentially the same price on the chart because of the perspective will have changed on the chart. So, don't despair. If you buy a little fewer shares, you buy fewer shares. But what's going to be really tricky, what happens if the stock goes to 350? Do you buy more then? My answer is yes. It could be volatile though. But I think this is a $55 stock. When, I don't know. And is it all going to be achieved in the open market, or is somebody going to buy the company and a lot of that value occurs inside of the new company? We don't know. But it is feeling like maybe a 50-50 chance that Railtown can go it alone. If Railtown's projectable revenue leaps from nothing, basically, well, I've made projections, but I'm talking about projections that, an institution, I used to know the name of analysts. I could give you names of analysts. I don't study that anymore. I don't know if they actually have them. We used to get the weekly Donaldson Jenrette, maybe Donaldson Lufkin Jenrette research book, for example. And, I used to love it. You could read, and that wasn't the only one we'd get. We'd get our own internal research. And what was the other one? It was green. Anyway, that was one, and then when I was at Merrill, of course, Merrill, you got more research than you knew what to do with. And then my last office is essentially Morgan Stanley Smith Barney. That's so much research, and it's great. I used to love all that, but you get to know which analysts are good. But I couldn't tell you who is a good analyst. We'll probably get to know who follows Railtown. But once those analysts, whoever they are, start being able to project that Railtown can do, my guess is anywhere from 10 to 30 million a month in full margin revenue. In other words, there'll be cash flowing, free cash flow every month, 20 to 30 million a month. Well, that's a company that can stand alone. They could go buy a whole nother preset management team by acquiring LangChain. No, I don't know. By acquiring somebody. I hope Ricky, they found your brain and when you had a neurosurgical appointment. I hope, actually, I'm sorry to tease. I hope it went well. I've got some appointments ahead of me, but so far they haven't mentioned that that anything is with my brain. They haven't, but probably the audience has talked about it amongst yourselves. Adela, William, RT doesn't need a reverse stock split, right? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. There is a guy, you know a guy. There is a guy out of New York, apparently, who doesn't own, I don't think he owns Railtown for his clients, but he might own it for himself. I've never spoken to the guy. I've just heard of him tangentially. But he's a big player and he loves the stock. He thinks it's one of the most undervalued situations he's ever seen. And he's a big deal kind of advisor on, let's call it Wall Street, off Wall Street. I don't think he works at one of the big firms. But anyway, I don't think he talks to the company either, so I wouldn't worry about it. But like a lot of Wall Street people, he wants the suggestion to go through. And I have never spoken to this guy. So when I'm relaying the story, I'm doing it, I don't know, probably fourth or fifth hand. So it's probably unreliable. But this is how people think. Well, no institution is going to buy the stock when it's on the over-the-counter market. So you need to get on the NASDAQ and do a reverse split. And I guarantee you the first day you do that, the stock will be up 40 cents. Well, I've made it clear, I think the exact opposite. I think just leave it alone. Adina Friedman's NASDAQ has that reputation, not because of anything Adina Friedman has done. She's a complete incompetent. They remember what the NASDAQ used to be 30 years ago, 20 years ago. It's not that way anymore. And yes, there's some big companies still on NASDAQ. So when you blend that in, it looks good. But NASDAQ is just a gilded abattoir. The over-the-counter markets are the stockhouse and the mud and the blood and the knock them on the head and hopefully drag them in to the butcher before too much mud gets in the open wounds. But the NASDAQ, you get them to go, you get the cattle or the sheep to go up a ramp, showered, and there's Beethoven playing, and there's sound control, and as they get in through the door, they're injected with that thing from the movie No Place for Old Men, No Country for Old Men, and before the carcass even falls over, the machines are hooked up, sucking the blood out to dispose of it far away and washing it, and everything's clean, and instantly it's chopped and frozen and it's all perfect. But it's still a slaughterhouse. NASDAQ is a slaughterhouse. And CEOs need to know that. But no, Railtown's not going to do I don't think Corey would do a reverse split. And if you want, I'll write him an email, but he's probably not going to read my email. But they have absolutely no need to. 200 million shares is a perfect amount of shares outstanding. They don't, what are they going to go to? 20 million? It doesn't matter. 200 million is fine. If they had 2 billion, I could see some sense in it, just as a bookkeeping type thing. But the key is Railtown does not need toxic financing. One of to do a reverse split, as it's meaningless. In an ideal market, it's meaningless. It just changes the number of shares. The equity stays the same. The plus and minuses stay the same. But what happens, the heaviness, because when we call it short selling, you're not talking about enough of the campaign. It's like those guys 100 years ago, 90 years ago, when the bosses, the capo di tutti capis, all met in upstate New York, and the police went and took the license plate numbers because they all had driven to this secret place. It's bigger than one family. It's bigger than one murder. It's a whole organized crime that goes against small companies. But the key of it is any company under $10, it's probably some companies under $10, some companies under $7, but it's almost certainly all companies under $5 are the target of this criminal collective. And the killing fields are the NASDAQ and the over-the-counter markets in North America. Apparently, possibly, I'm not as fluent with the breakdown of the Canadian markets, but I would imagine everything below the Toronto Stock Exchange, it's the same story up there. The key is you need a Jeff Easton, and he's just an idiot. He's a bird dog. Do you notice how fat he gets? Everybody that's morally corrupt gets fat. They can't stay skinny. He gets the CEO to sign a toxic note. They used to be fairly obvious. I don't know how a CEO could sign this crap, but they do because they need the money and they don't want to do all the work. But Easton, it's not his money. It's a big hedge fund. Apparently, Easton has 4 hedge funds as his clients. So when a CEO comes into Easton's office and he pours some, a drink to butter them up for the signature, he says, I'm not shorting anything. And just technically, like his attorneys tell him, you're being truthful. But morally, he's not being truthful. He knows exactly what's going on. That's why his fat face swells up, because he's dishonest. But anyway, the key is that when let's say Jeff Easton with his best friend Frommer at CRTD. And I talked to Frommer and he just wouldn't listen. There's nobody blinder than he who just won't pee. I just don't know why Frommer didn't see it. I just don't know. But he said, so you really don't have any proof. said, well, no, I mean, it's in front of your eyes. Yeah, but you really don't have any proof. I said, no, I guess I don't. So then he does another deal with Jeff Easton. And so what happens, Adela, Easton gets, I don't remember the particulars of the CRT deal, but they all work the same way. They're tranches. You get the company to take the deal. They spend the money. They can't repay the money. And then there's all sorts of default terms in the note or in the financing. And the company, if they go into default, the CEO, the same cowardly CEO or befuddled CEO who didn't want to go on a road trip and knock on investors' doors and sit into kitchens around the country and spend nights in shitty motels and have to meet people in strange towns and pretend to like the introducers and spend 6 months on the roads raising money, the CEO signs this note. Well, the CEO's not going to want to lose his company, so he's going to take the advice. Well, what do you think we should do? Well, you're in default, but I tell you what, if you allow us, we'll raise some more money for you, but we want you to do a 200-for-1 reverse split. I think in the case of CRTD, they did 500-to-1. So what happens is, to the extent it even matters anymore, the shorts, the people selling stock, they don't locate, they don't deliver, they have these huge positions they got to pay for that don't exist. They've sold it, you've bought it, but they've got to pay the other side of that. I believe they hide it and it gets moved around and all that. But the reason the attorneys are out there, like Mark Bazile, whether he knows it or not, he's there to make sure that those counterfeited shares never rise up and bite anybody in the ass. And he gets to buy another guitar every time he settles a case. And he looks like a good guy. But who are the good guys? When everyone is munching off of this theft. There's no Elliot Nesses here. None. But anyway, the reason they do the reverse split, if you're let's just call it short, 10 million shares, and the stock really hasn't gone down, let's say, and it's a million, let's say it's a $10 million short, and you're having to pay 8% on that. Maybe you get a better price, 5%. It's a lot of money you have to pay every year. That's why there's a tension to keep doing all this. They don't get all the profit. They have to split it with a Stevie Cohen type guy. It's, they're under a lot of stress. But if you had 10 million shares short at $1, you're carrying that position. If you can talk the company in doing a 1-for-10 reverse split, or better yet, a 1-for-100 reverse split, you're not carrying 10 million shares anymore. In a 1-for-100, you're carrying 100,000 shares. And all of that extra money in the account, it's suddenly released. I feel renewed. So the shorts love it. So when Jeremy Frommer does his reverse split, he's releasing Jeff Easton his best bud. But it's not Jeff Easton. It's Jeff Easton's clients. Jeff Easton's just a bird dog. He's an idiot. He's just a face, just a front. But anyway, no, Railtown doesn't. Let me say it differently, Adela. If someone were to convince Railtown to do a reverse split so they can get on the NASDAQ, I think it's specious thinking. I think it would help. I think there's at least 100 million shares short potentially in Railtown. There's 60 million as of 8 months ago in the United States. Somebody's shorting it in Canada, and we've had another 6 months. I don't focus on that with you because it's not a short squeeze story. And these shorts do not have a hedge fund with a toxic type financing that they're committed to. It's just some people that have gotten in ahead of over their heads in it, because it always worked every other time. But in the case of Railtown, you don't have the protection of a toxic financing to the criminals. So I think in the short run, if Railtown were to do a reverse split, I think it'd be sheer idiocy to do it, notwithstanding this very smart analyst in New York. All he's trying to do is get the company off the over-the-counter market, getting him out of the stockyards into the air-conditioned warehouse at the NASDAQ. But they're both going to end up with the air drill going through the brain and knocking the whole company out. Adina Friedman is a joke. Charlie Cromwell Cuthwald III is a joke. But CEOs continue to think that the over-the-counter market and the NASDAQ market is fair to them. It is not. Neither is. There's no price discovery. It's all a slaughterhouse for these people that come on here and make fun of me. Of course, there's a lot to make fun of. I think if Railtown were to do a reverse split, it would help out the shorts that are currently in it. Absolutely. Because they go from, if they had 60 million shares that they shorted and they have to pay every month on, they go down to 6 million. So you're helping relieve the pressure from the shorts. But Railtown is not a short squeeze play type stock. That may be happening, but it has nothing to do with the fundamentals of it. If the idea is to try to get Railtown from the over-the-counter to NASDAQ, why stop there? Go to the New York, the real New York. The real New York. Maybe that's where to go. My opinion, don't do anything. Just let the stock price go up. It'll take care of itself. There is no benefit to Railtown of doing a reverse split. None. Zero. Nada. Zilch. In order to qualify for the NASDAQ, let me read it to you. I don't know why. Who gives a... You saw what NASDAQ did to Finger as an example. But the one advantage of the NASDAQ is that institutions can and will buy technology stocks that are listed on the NASDAQ. And that's because Microsoft and I think Apple are still there. So for the NASDAQ, generally, companies need a minimum bid of $4 a share. $1.25 million, sorry, 1.25 million shares outstanding, publicly held. You know, maybe 5 to 50 million in stockholders' equity and some earnings. Well, luckily for us, in the case of Railtown, they don't have the earnings to get them on the NASDAQ right now. And by the time that they got if someone convinced them to do a reverse split to get on the NASDAQ, by the time they processed that, I think Railtown would already have enough earnings to get on NASDAQ, and the stock price is going to be $5. I don't think they need to do it. They have a global select market. So when they slaughter the heifer, they slice right behind the ear. They have the NASDAQ global market. When they slaughter that one, they just shoot them with a shotgun. And then they have the NASDAQ capital market, the lower tier. They just let the cows go to the top of the moving ramp and then fall off the other side onto a rock ledge. But they all end up dead. All right, so let me summarize that, because I feel like I probably confused you more than answered. In Railtown's case, there is no big hedge fund, and I personally believe there's no lead coordinator trying to steal the market cap of Railtown. So there's nobody on the short side advising the company to do a reverse split. Railtown's not in default on any toxic note. They're not underneath $1 a share on NASDAQ, so they have to do a reverse split if they want for some reason to stay on NASDAQ. I think it's all meaningless noise to Railtown. Railtown's on the verge of in my judgment, I'd say within 90 days, Railtown is going to be able to project, at least to analysts, that in the next 18 months to 3 years, they're going to do 25 million a month or better in cash flow. They're not going to need all the gimmicks. Railtown doesn't need gimmicks. Railtown doesn't need to manipulate its way onto the NASDAQ and hope that Wall Street doesn't notice that the reason it's on NASDAQ is just because it did a reverse split. How many times has that actually worked? It doesn't work. And I don't think Railtown's going to do it. I hope the hell they don't, because if they do, you're probably going to be able to buy some stock cheaper briefly, but only briefly, It won't be fatal if they do it. It won't be fatal at all. Delep, this stock is not at risk of the destruction caused by the short sellers. I mean, we're experiencing it every day now, but it's not that overall catastrophe like MULN or MMAT or CRTD, etc. And I guess your question is, could the CEO pull Brent's son and sign a crappy financing after they worked so hard to get where they are? I think, make no mistake about it, I think a Canaccord Genuity, there's a part of Canaccord Genuity that'd be whispering in their ears, hey, why don't you do this? There's attorneys, I'm sure, in Canada that actually get their bread buttered by the toad and all of that ilk out of Toronto. So yeah, it's something to worry about, but not in Railtown's case. We dodged that bullet. They did not take toxic financing. They're sitting on $6 million in cash. That'll get them to cash flow. They're not going to do a toxic note with Canaccord or anybody. I doubt they do another financing. Unless it's unless it's because they're buying CoreWeave or something. And then you're in a whole different league. I don't think the Donald Fagan and his partner, the Steely Dan guys, they're not going to let them do it. Railtown is in a whole different league. The stock price isn't there yet, but Railtown is about to be in a whole different category. Just because of its performance. And that's what makes it so delectable. What did that new shareholder call it? Juicy. She called it juicy. It's what makes Railtown so juicy. Anyway, it's 3:47. A reverse split in and of itself does not condemn a stock. It just changes the number of shares. So if you do a reverse split for Railtown, I think it's a waste of time, and it might let some shorts off the hook, which means we won't have a short squeeze, which is fine with me. I don't care about that. But it doesn't change any of the fundamentals. It doesn't, instead of the company doing, in my example, just from TELUS and just from the AIP spend, instead of the company being projected to do $1 a share in revenue, gross, also net, also profit, also cash flow, $1 a share in 2028. If they did a reverse split, they'd be doing $10 a share, but it'd be fewer shares. It doesn't change anything. The only way, that's part of a strategy when a company, when the one lion has the nose of the wildebeest trapped, so it's difficult to breathe, and another lion might come for the jugular, and another one might go for one of the veins in the leg to take it all down. It's part of a strategy to take down companies under assault. And yes, Railtown is being, I have to repeat myself. On February 8th of last year, Railtown announced that they were buying AIP partnerships. They didn't say we are buying AIP partnerships for X amount of shares at this fixed price, and the deal is done. Why didn't they? Because the regulators require the company to alert the short sellers, to give the short sellers a chance to steal. So what the company announced in the headline You can look it up. Railtown AI Technologies is pleased to announce it has entered into an memorandum of understanding to acquire AIP partners. And you keep reading. Over the next weeks, we will negotiate and enter into a letter of intent, an LOI. And then further down, we have hired exclusively Canaccord Genuity. Well, all 3 or 4 of those points get the sell side's automatic computerized selling into high gear. Why? Why? Because if CEO number 1 has agreed to purchase CEO number 2's stock they've had a personal agreement, we'll merge, we'll give you 25% of the new co. It's based on current prices. Well, the shorts know if we sell, actually both, but if we sell down the price of CEO number 1 stock, CEO number 2 is not going to be happy. CEO number 2 will walk away, then CEO number 1 stock collapses and they make money. Or they short it. And by shorting, that's the wrong word. They're just selling stock that doesn't exist in massive volume. But the other way is if CEO number 1 and CEO number 2 are so mutually desperate that they conclude the acquisition at much lower prices, but they do it so they can raise money with Canaccord Genuity. Canaccord Genuity is going to give a toxic financing, and it's going to be dilutive in the terms of how many extra shares issued in the first place to do the merger, and then the financing is going to destroy it. And guess what? Those computers that automatically started selling in a lot of volume, they win. So those are the 2 strategies outside of a already dedicated hedge fund. Those are 2 strategies that the setup for the sting operation across all junior markets in North America, any stock under $5 who needs to raise money is constantly being suppressed. There is no price discovery. There is no research. There are no market makers. There is no compliance. There is no consequence for shorting. There's no enforcement of the rules. That nobody even looks. And it works because under $5, Wall Street doesn't let their sales force tell anybody to buy stocks under $5. So it's the perfect crime. A dunderhead could do it. And most of these guys are dunderheads. They're just liars and cheats. Anyway, that's February 8th of 2025. That's what happened to Railtown. I don't think Corey knew what he was doing, but he didn't have a choice because the regulations, the regulators go after the longs and they go after the CEOs. So he had to alert them. And the computers just automatically sell and sell and sell. And then you have a quiet period going on, which has been over a year. I know it's not the right word. Well, tell me what to call it. And they just keep the pressure on. And then they can spoof and spiff and cross and hide and move. And it's a beautiful thing. For a year, they've made money. But they're not all powerful. They're not all powerful. They cannot fight the fact that Railtown does not have a toxic financing. So there is not in place in the Railtown cap table a poison pill that can expand Railtown's outstanding shares from 200 million to 2 billion or 3 billion. In addition to all the other shares that the criminals sell. It's not there. It just isn't there. So that's not going to happen. And this complex of criminal colluding crooks, they can't control what's coming. It's going to come at them like a freight train. Railtown, you think Railtown is in not, you may not, but you think Railtown is in a weak position because you haven't heard anything and there's no revenue announcements? Railtown isn't going company to company to company to developer to developer to developer, although it looks like from what we read yesterday, they're on the verge of it because they're discussing setting up the payment plans for Railtracks and RailEngine for developer groups. They just announced that. So I think pretty soon developers are going to be able to go on to Railtracks and RailEngine and Conductor and sign up for payment plans. Sounds like that's coming very quickly. But the main thing we're waiting for, Adela, isn't that. When the TELUS data center at Rimouski finally bangs the drum and says we're open for business, and they start directing their own customers there because it's green energy, because the electricity costs 40% of anywhere else, because it's NVIDIA chips, because it's the massive increase in compute power, because it's sovereign AI, because it's the only data center in Canada right now ready to go. When they finally open the doors and promote it, it's not going to be one customer at a time. They're going to open the valve. They're going to turn on the spigot. They're going to pull back the silo door and let all the grain come down all at once. They're going to turn on the cement machine and let it pour down to the sidewalk, whatever analogy. They're going to take, they've been holding the hose closed. They're in a V. They're going to let it go and the water's going to come out like a jet stream. The computers that sold a bunch of stock based on the pattern that they use against every other stock under $5, they've had their fun for a year. And it's a nightmare for us. But on the other hand, we've been able to buy 19 million shares. Railtown's not in trouble. If there are shorts out there, if there are computers selling stock that doesn't exist and they haven't moved it offshore by now, and I don't think they have, they could be in trouble. But they're not putting the company at risk. Yes, the company had to sell 3.4 million shares to Don Fagan and his partner, so they could drink their big fat cow and get out of here. Big black cow. They had to do it at a low price. That's because I think the criminals have suppressed the price. But there's no another shoe to drop. They got that little bit in. But you know what? Those Steely Dan guys, they're not going to sell their stock. So even though the company issued the stock at whatever, 35 cents, it's not coming into the market. It's not helping the criminals out. It's tiny bit. If you want to just think of dilution only in terms of the number of shares and show that you are a financial market simpleton, you can say that, oh, they diluted it by 3.4 million shares. Well, you're just showing that you don't know what you're talking about. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about somebody else. But there's no other shoe to drop. There's no toxic formula that's suddenly going to release 500 million shares. There's no default language in some sort of toxic note that if Railtown gets under 25 cents, it's an automatic default event, and the company then needs to cure it to be trading at $2.50 within 90 days. There's none of that kind of crap. So the same hammering is going on because I'm telling you, these men are dolts. They don't know how to make money. They couldn't invent anything. They couldn't build a company. They just know how to steal and lie and manipulate. But it's not working here. So the company's not defenseless at all. I'm sure they would have rather raised money with Don Fagan and his buddy at $3 a share. Well, it didn't happen. But you know what? I actually think there's a good side of that, because those guys are going to make a lot of money and they're motivated to help us as shareholders. And they bought the same shares we own. So what's coming? What is coming? We cannot accept that it's possible that the news is held so tightly, it doesn't leak. And it is hard to believe. I get it. And then we can't allow our brain to accept that a stock could be so mispriced because of ingrained policy decisions at hedge funds. Wall Street isn't what it used to be. Wall Street used to be based on stockbrokers finding stocks. It's not what it is anymore. It's gathering assets. So pretty chicks and guys who play golf and, can hang out at the country club, they attract money, and it comes through the front door and it goes to a money manager. Brokers don't build positions anymore. There's not these smaller brokerage firms that make their bones in the over-the-counter market or the NASDAQ market. That's all gone. The only purpose for the over-the-counter market and the NASDAQ market is to help Adina's Friedman's real paymasters at Carlyle Group. so she can make $2.5 million a month. This is, of course, all my opinion. So what's coming for the shorts in Railtown, they think their playbook is going to work because it always has before. But Railtown is mispriced. It should not. Number one, Railtown probably shouldn't be public. But luckily for us, it is. Corey Brandolini and Marwan Haddad met not for the first time, but they ran into each other 7 years ago, probably in Banff. And they had a drink by the fireplace while they were checking out all the snow bunnies bumps at walking by. And they said, what are you working on? Well, I'm getting bored. What are you working on? Well, maybe we should put the band back together. Really? What do you got in mind? Well, I've been thinking, remember how when we developed software, the debugging and the blah, 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 blah. And, all these problems, it's the can's been kicked down the road for 20 years, and this is a real issue. Why don't we fix that? I love it. That's a great idea. And it's basically software, SDKs, software developer kits. They're creating new words for what's going on, but it's basically every application out there. If you want to think about apps, which started with the iPhone, that's from, I guess, 2009 or 2012. Every app out there, if you just want to narrow it to apps, which is a huge market, was written with SDKs, software developer kits, all of it. But also everything else, which is Microsoft was the NVIDIA of software developer kits. So as they're talking, they're saying, well, let's fix that. And one of them said, well, why don't we do it? I don't know if they used this word back then, but why don't we do it for ADKs? And the other said, you think the market's ready for that? No one knows what the hell you're talking about. We still need the supercomputing power of the next generation of computers. We still need the AI for everyone, the AI for everything. No one knows what the hell that is yet. And the other guy says, yeah, but it's coming. And it's coming. It's coming on down the line like a freight train. So why don't we build, instead of building an SDK solution, why don't we build an ADK solution? Instead of fixing software for software, which is going to be obsolete at some point over the next 10 years, why don't we go to the AI, the agentic, the agent developer kit, the AI software developer kits, the ADK? Why don't we go to AI? And we'll be early. All right, well, how are we going to finance it? Well, you got money, don't you? Yeah, I got some. And you have money. Yeah, I got some. Well, let's start there. We can call Joe and we can call Mary and we can get Liz in and we can get Steve in. I mean, we can raise our first bit of money just from our contacts, friends and family. Okay, let's do it. But before we get started, why don't I call my friend at Microsoft? because it'd be stupid to put a lot of money in this if Microsoft's already doing it. Okay, call him. Ring, ring. Microsoft? Yes. Yes, Corey. What is it this time? Well, I know it's been a long time since you bought my company. T-Low hits a new high. But I've been talking with Marwan Haddad, and we've got something that we really want to do. Do you have a second? For you, Corey, anything. Tell me about it. Well, this is what we're going to do. We're going to debug, and we're going to orchestrate, and we're going to all the crap. Infer. We're going to be the first software for AI, and we want to get it ready before it comes. Well, that sounds great. I'm all ears. I love it. And Corey says, are you doing it? Are you guys going to do this? Oh, we'd love to do it, but we got our hands full. If you haven't noticed, we're building out our data centers, and we're doing all we can do to keep up with Google and Amazon. So we'd love to do it, but we just don't have the manpower. How can we help you though? Well, we need some money, and maybe we need access to your computers, and maybe we just need access to some of your engineers. Who the hell knows? So you're not going to do it, Microsoft? No, we're not doing it, but we're really interested. And if it works, call us first. But in the meantime, how can we help? Well, let us think about that. And Microsoft says, well, you know what? I have authority to offer you whatever he offered, but write it up in a white paper. So Corey and Marwan took 6 months to put a tight white paper together. During that time, they hired supposedly the best intellectual property law firm available in Canada, which is probably a pretty good firm. And you can see it on their website. They've got 3, 4, or 5 aspects of their technology in the various stages of IP. I always find that risky because you got to show yours first. But it's very meaningful in this arms race that's going on. So they got that done. They called up Microsoft, and Microsoft said, hot damn, we love it. Here's what we can do for you, whatever it was, to help you get started. Now, we want you embedded. We want you in our 3 Microsoft partner programs. We want you embedded in our software such and such. And, if this gets big, we're going to want to buy you, and I'm going to monitor it. We're going to want to buy it. And they made Microsoft sign an NDA. Of course, Microsoft's so big, if Microsoft's dishonest, like reportedly the guys with Facebook in the Harvard dorm room something might have gone on. It might be meaningless, that NDA, but they signed it. And Microsoft's hands are so full with so much else, they're not going to do anything wrong. So Railtown, for the last 7 years, the last 6.5 years, first they used the money from friends and family, and nobody knew what AI was. So they went public on the Canadian Stock Exchange, which, as best I can tell, Canada suffers from the same criminality as the United States markets. But they raised money. They didn't do a toxic financing. They didn't do a toxic financing. And they raised enough money to hire engineers, and they've used engineers much more effectively than LangChain, for example, uses engineers out of Palo Alto. And so they spent less money, but got much better returns. So they built out the predecessors to Railtracks, Conductor, and RailEngine. But then they needed more money. So Corey, because he's the finance guy, he came to the United States and, of course, makes the same mistake all CEOs do, thinking it's great to be on the over-the-counter market or great to be on the NASDAQ market. That's what the brochures say. But anyway, he signed up for the over-the-counter market to raise money. He needed money. But then fate stepped in. ChatGPT hit the markets like She Loves You, yeah, 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 hit the Ed Sullivan's show. And all of a sudden, everybody knew about AI. Everybody. And it wasn't so hard for Marwan and Corey to talk to people about money anymore. People that used to say, I don't really understand what you're doing, started calling. And they had made the progress, as we've talked about, to run into John Ruffalo, Mike Norbrega, Pat Horgan, Dr. Tom Core. So momentum was really taking over. So that's our other bit of luck, Adela. They didn't do a toxic financing. Our one bit of luck is they went public, because if they were private, we wouldn't see the company. It'd already be worth $3 billion in my judgment. All the X's would be going to the VC and the pools of capital. But that's our first bit of luck. They're public, and they're being crushed by the same heaviness that's non-thinking. It's totally non-thinking. It's just all computers doing it. And you do it across the law of large numbers. You know, if one doesn't work, 99 do. There's no thought in it other than how to create the steal, how to create the sting operation, how to be corrupt, how to corrupt attorneys, how to corrupt regulators, how to corrupt the government, how to corrupt the banks, how to take advantage of retail. That there's a thought process on. But the rest of it, there's no thought. So one piece of luck for us, Adela, it's public. And because they announced that they're entering in, they have signed an MOU, they're going to enter into an LOI, and it's going to take weeks. And they're using exclusively Canaccord Genuity, a totally renowned short seller firm. The computers start selling. Hey, that meets our formula. So not only is the company public, but the bad guys are crushing the price. And the company goes, for lack of a better word, goes into a year-long quiet period, because first they're buying AIP, they can't talk about anything, and that takes until November. But then sometime in the summer, they meet TELUS, and the TELUS deal is even bigger than the AIP deal. And it hasn't concluded. So not only do you have the heaviness selling, you know, you don't have any buying. You have no awareness. Nobody knows the story. So it's a mispriced stock. So our first bit of luck is it's public as a stock under $5 that needs capital. Our second bit of luck is Corey went to the over-the-counter markets, so this campaign of selling can happen. But our second bit of luck is he never did a financing. He never went to Jeff Easton, Ari Rubenstein, Kurt Kramer, or someone of that ilk. So that's our second bit of luck. Our third bit of luck, AI is now everything anyone is talking about. But it's not just the public. It's the hyperscalers, it's Wall Street, it's money, money, money. It's trillions, trillions, trillions of dollars. So that's our third bit of luck. Now, we all have in our muscle memory GTII, Finger, Logic, CRTD, MMAT, that Wolf, ZJYL, GDC, G-Bucks, all manipulated stocks with nothing. Well, there's some of them had something. But the board signed toxic notes. There is no toxic note here. Plus, their industries were a little faddish, electric vehicles, electric trucks, just ripe for promotional manipulation. Which I suppose AI is as well. So, but I don't think Railtown, no one's promoting Railtown. Nobody's out there hyping it that I know of. So anyway, those are our bits of luck. The background of it is that the industry is the largest, it's going to be the largest on the planet, and it's growing. So that's the wind at our backs. And so now that we're just waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting for TELUS to tell us what's going on. That doesn't mean anything's wrong. That doesn't put Railtown at risk. Au contraire, two of the most respected technology investors in Canada in February invested in the company, and they joined the advisory board. The signals are there if you want to see them. You think those guys just wrote a check without doing due diligence? They never invest in something outside their own orbit. So what our final bit of luck is going to be is when TELUS finally opens the doors at this giant computer called the Rimouski Sovereign AI Data Center for Canada. When it's finally, the doors are thrown wide open, Railtown sits on top of the stack, and all of the revenue that comes in is split with Railtown. And it's not going to take a genius. Even Tony could figure it out. He's going to be able to sit there with his skepticism, and he's going to be able to go, well, now let me see. course, he thinks it has to be booked. You got to wait 2 years because he doesn't know what he's talking about. It may be he never worked on Wall Street, but I don't know. He might have. But even Tony, the tiptoeing tiger, will be able to take out a pad of paper, and he's going to be able to say, Telus just announced Rimouski is ramping up. What does that mean? Well, it means that Telus, TU, and Railtown split revenue. So Tony can look at it and say, well, Telus, the CEO has said twice, 2 different earnings calls. And on one of the earnings calls, the CEO of Telus specifically mentioned that Railtown was one of their partners. But the CEO for Telus has said, Telus Digital's goal, remember, Telus is a $30 billion company with $20 billion in annual revenue. So the CEO says, our goal is to get revenue from AI enabling technologies to $2 billion annually by 2028. So Tony could look at that. I mean, he is an economist. He says, so within 2 years, the ARR from AI technology enabled revenue at Telus is going to equal, if they achieve it, $2 billion. Up from 800 million. So Tony knows a couple of things. When it happens, when Telus finally opens the Rimouski data center, Tony knows it's open for big business. It's already running, but you know, the doors are wide open. Tony will know that Telus and Railtown have a revenue split deal. We may never know what the split is. And Tony will also know, because he's an excellent due diligence guy, he will look at the transcript from the earnings call at Telus for Telus's third quarter and fourth quarter that mentioned this: 2 billion is the goal in AI from AI enabled technology. Now the question is, Tony's going to ask, because he's skeptical, as he should be. He's skeptical about everything except AME, but whatever. How much of that 2 billion is actually going to go through the Rimouski and the Kamloops data center? How much of it is going to run through the revenue split deal with Railtown? Nobody knows right now. We do know, whatever it is, it's not a fixed number. It's going to be growing over the next years. So to get it exactly right probably isn't all that important, because eventually it's going to get to whatever number you pick. So Tony might say, you know what, I'm not going to use $2 billion. I'll use $1 billion. That's half. Tony might say, you know, I have a reputation for being skeptical and doing due diligence and always being negative, and I'd rather look backwards than forwards because I'm a tiptoeing tiger. But in this case, he might be noticing that there's a lot of razzmatazz around TELUS announcing that Rimouski is wide open for business. He might notice, if we're lucky enough, that there's actually an announcement. But because he does a lot of due diligence, he might look underneath the TELUS AI data stack and find NVIDIA, find, I don't know, Anthropic, find TELUS's own products, but he might find that, wow, there's a Railtown agreement. Other people will. So I assume Tony will be able to do that. So he's going to have the news here. He's going to have the revenue split, and he's going to know that TELUS's goal is to get to 2 billion by 2028. Now, he's also smart enough, or is he, that if it's 2 billion by 28, that doesn't mean 29 is going to be 2 billion or 30 is going to be 2 billion. It's going to be growing, and that's Rimouski. There's Kamloops and 2 other data centers out there. But anyway, to try to make a guesstimate and be forward thinking, Tony might say, well, let's just assume it's 1 billion, not 2 billion. Okay, seems logical to me. And Tony is a logical guy. I mean, so if Tony comes up and he says, at the TELUS data center, the NVIDIA stack the top layer, the orchestration inference layer. And this, by the way, we've got to know, this is yet to be seen, but all the evidence is that the interface between the stack and the user is this orchestration inference layer, which belongs to Railtown. So as $2 billion goes through this data center, it goes through Railtown, and there's a split. Now, if we use 1 billion to allow for the uncertainty, well, they say AI enabling technologies. Maybe there's some other technology they're talking about. I don't know what the hell it would be. It's got to be their data centers. But it will use 1 billion. So Tony says, all right, let's use 1 billion. For sticky, high moat, 100% ARR, exiting 27. In other words, forward 12 months. 1 billion. Well, Tony might look at that and say, we really don't know what the revenue split is. TELUS to Railtown. But in Tony's vast experience on Wall Street and in other industries, he's noticed that projects that get done tend to reward the let's call it licensing or overriding or working interest partner, the people that put it together and then sell it on to the bigger company, it tends to center around 18.75%, 15 to 25, maybe 30%. Very few get done at a lower number because it's not worth it. Some get done a little somewhat higher, but the burden can't be too much because the big company needs to get a reward. So maybe Tony settles in and says, let's assume that Railtown gets 20% of $1 billion. Well, okay. It's not for 1 year. It's just the exit ARR forward 12 months estimate next year. So that's 200 million. Every year and growing for as far as the eye can see. And Tony, being a skeptical tiptoeing tiger, is going to say, yeah, there's got to be something wrong with that. What if that doesn't go through? What if all that business goes to Microsoft instead? Which is preposterous. What other thing does Railtown have going for it with this TELUS data center? Well, it's interesting that dilution, Tony says, that I keep focusing on, that allowed them to buy the AIP network partners. And we know from interviews and presentations, and of course, I, the due diligence tiger, know that 200 companies are generating $500 million in revenue in the AI space, in this network. Now, I don't know exactly what the spend is to generate that revenue at hyperscalers, but I do know from, because I do due diligence, Tony says, I know from Rebecca Kurzweil's interview with Dr. Tom Core, and I know from presentations that when it was 160 companies, that annual spend was estimated at 100, 125 million minimum, and growing at other hyperscalers. So if it's 200 companies now, and we assume it's been growing, and it will grow exiting 2027, maybe it's safe to say they'll be spending over 200 million on hyperscalers. And what's the advantage Railtown has there? Well, Railtown owns the network. So if they send 200 million over to TELUS from AIP at 20%, that's 40 million. That's 40 million in revenue exiting 27. That's sticky. It has a high moat. It's 100% margin. And it's the exit. It's forward looking. It's going to be growing. That's 40 million. So Tony says, okay, I'm projecting using $1 billion from TELUS's own book. And wouldn't the CEO of TELUS know his own customers? That it might be 200 million going forward. But as a fallback, I can pretty much project that Railtown's going to be able to direct their own network over. So this is both the fallback, but it also is additive to this number. So why don't, since I'm the tiptoeing tiger, why don't I assume 40 million only in ARR exiting 27 only? And just to bracket it, why don't I assume 240 million as well? So then the question is, because Tony, the dilly tiger, he always checks the cap table. You know, these guys on YouTube, they don't do that. These YouTubers, they're not smart enough to look at how many shares are outstanding. Or they don't even know what fully diluted shares are. So timid tigers doing due diligence are going to look at that. So if Tony, the two-stepping tiger, looks up outstanding shares right now, it's around 213 million. What we don't know is how many shares are in the employee options, and we don't really know, although it should be expiring pretty soon. We don't really know how many of the warrants outstanding expired without being exercised and how many warrants remain. We don't really know. But I think a good number, which I think's high actually, for fully diluted would be to use 230 million shares outstanding and, more accurately, fully diluted. Now, to go back to your question, Adela, there's no toxic financing in place that's going to change this 230 million estimated fully diluted shares into 2.3 billion. There isn't any of that. That's a huge difference compared to any of the other stocks. It just doesn't exist. And so as much as the heaviness wants to sell stock they haven't located and they're not going to deliver and they don't own, there's no avalanche coming on the cap table to help cause the collapse. It just doesn't exist. Now, if they did a reverse merger here, the 230 million shares might go down to 23 million shares, but it's not going to change the revenue numbers. It's not something to worry about. But anyway, so Tony says, I'm pretty confident that Railtown can get its own network to move its revenue and use Railtown's product. So I'm going to take the 40 million exiting 27 as my low estimate, and I'm going to use 230 million shares currently outstanding. And that gives me, Tony's going to say, a projected that's going to give me, leaving 27, a projected 17 cents a share, not only in gross revenue, but in net revenue. not only in revenue, in cash flow, free cash flow, not only in free cash flow, in profit, 17 cents a share. Now, Tony likes to look at metrics. I don't think Tony follows finger motion, but I can point out to you that finger motion basically trades, or used to until the last week, trades at 2 to 3 times its revenue. So if we use 2 times 17 cents, that's a 34-cent target using the miserable 2 times revenue number of finger motion as a comp. It's a non sequitur. If we use other companies in the same space like Line Chain, which was priced last year, it's 85x. So 85 times 17 gives you a target of $14.45 a share, 85x. If you use just a hot multiple of 35x, that's $5.95 a share. If you use, a pretty solid up the fairway defensible number of 25x, it's $4.25 a share. So this revenue from AIP alone, which is only a year and a half from now, Tony will sit down and project for 2028, and then he's going to say, well, what's that worth today? I just gave you the multiples. It could range from 40 cents if you're really negative, all the way up to $15. But the odds are it's going to come in at $4 or $5 a share. Now, multiples are now versus future revenue. Multiples are growth. They're not looking backwards. They're looking forward. But that's from AIP. But then Tony's going to look down and say, now, wait a minute. What if TELUS does what TELUS says it's going to do, half of what it's going to do, and this happens? What is that number going to be? Well, you've got 240 million. ARR, high moat, sticky, goes on forever, 100% margin, exiting 27, forward, and you divide that by 230 million shares, you get $1.04. So that's TELUS plus AIP. So Tony might be the analyst, or it could be somebody else, looks at this as soon as the TELUS data center starts to announce itself, and they can project that it's going to be $1.04 in revenue, net revenue, cash flow, profit per share for 2028, and it's growing. So it becomes pretty easy, so easy that Tony would probably say a guy on YouTube could figure this out. But if Tony or other analysts can project $1 per share in ARR exiting 27, it's sticky, it's 100% margin, and there's a high moat sovereignty. Tony's going to say, you know, what's $1 a share in revenue exiting 27 worth today? And he's going to check his comps. He's going to see the same comps. He's going to say, since I'm a timid tiptoeing tiger, I don't want to give it more than 5x, because I have told my audience that you have to wait 2 years for the revenue to show up before you can expect the stock price to go up, because I have no idea what I'm talking about. But since he does due diligence, he might notice that what actually happens in the AI space is future revenues get discounted from today. So you project $1 a share in 100% profit revenue for 2028. What is that worth today? And Tony's going to be skeptical. So he'll say it's worth 5x. I, on the other hand, am going to tell you it all depends on the growth and how hot the space is. But I'm going to tell you Tony's going to say it'll be 5x or less because he's the timid tiptoeing tiger. Well, what is 5x times $1? And again, I'm talking about the price today. I'm not saying you have to wait till then. Well, that's $5 a share. So, Adela, my point is that the shorts have no defense against this. If the company were, I think, wasteful and stupid enough to believe the argument that they need to reverse split to get on NASDAQ, I think it's a false step they don't need to make. That's my opinion. But I'm not as smart as the guy out of New York. But even if they did it, all that would happen is this $5 number would be, if they did 10 for one, it'd be $50. My point is, you'll have fewer shares, you'll just have a higher per share price. But Tony might say it's only worth 5x, but he came up with the dollar. I would say, if you're just looking at a software as a service company, kind of a high number for SaaS, I'd say 15x. So that's $15 a share now. Now, by now, I'm not talking about tomorrow. I'm talking over the next 3 months, 6 months, whatever. But essentially, over the short term. That's the SaaS comp. But in the hot AI high growth space, one number you see a lot is 25x. Well, that's $25 a share now. And again, Adela, if they go through the trouble of doing a 1-for-10 reverse split, that number becomes $250 a share. It's not something to worry about. I don't think they should do it. The stock's going to qualify for the New York in less time than it takes for a rat to have babies, in my opinion. Then this is my favorite number, 35x in this hot inference layer. Well, that's obvious what that target gives you. That gives you a $35 target essentially now. You don't have, contrary to Tony's advice, you don't have to wait 2 years to see these numbers. The market will project it, even if he can't, which is what economists are supposed to do. Economists don't look backwards. That's not their job. Backwards is where they find data, but their job is to make a prediction. And then here on the bottom is the Lang chain valuation. And that's $85. Now, when I say now, I'm not talking about 1 week. It could be several months. But what I'm saying is you don't have to wait 2 years and look backwards when everybody will see it. What you get rewarded for on Wall Street is putting the pieces of a puzzle together early and being predictive. If you wait till everybody knows it, you don't make any money. In fact, you probably lose money all the time. Well, what, Adelap, is true about what I just showed you? It's only 2 revenue streams, and it's 1 data center. What if, Adela, Railtown has so much business coming in that they don't know what to do? For example, what if their partnerships with AMD, NVIDIA, I don't know if they have a partnership with IBM, but they have a guy now on the payroll that spent 30 years in AI at IBM Canada. What if their relationships with Dr. Tom Core and Ruffalo and Norbrega lead to relationships with Amy and Mila, which they already have, but those relationships lead to government / other data centers in Canada, Bell Canada, maybe Microsoft Canada. They're already embedded in Microsoft. So these things can come once this quiet period, I don't know what else to call it, this blanket on top of news gets lifted. There's other sources of business out there that could be happening. That's just Canada. What if rumors go around that sovereign AI is the hottest thing ever, especially since the big data and the big technology companies in the United States are all Zionists, and the rest of the world is turning against the United States because we blindly support a murderous thug-like, probably only about 20% of the ruling party in Israel, but that's what we choose to support. Doesn't matter what you think or I think, the rest of the world thinks it stinks. So the rest of the world wants to get away from Microsoft, away from Google, away from Amazon, away from the Cloud Act, away from the CIA, away from Trump. How are they going to do it? Sovereign AI. Not sovereign AI in Canada, which is what TELUS is starting with. Sovereign AI in the UK, sovereign AI in Poland, sovereign AI in Germany, sovereign AI in Korea, sovereign AI in Australia, sovereign AI in Japan, sovereign AI in the Southern Don region. Sovereign AI. And how do you know? Tony won't let himself, because he's somewhere, instead of becoming an economist, he became a lawyer. So he can't let his brain predict. He's always got to be negative. Or he might be carrying water for the shorts. He might be. My view is anybody who echoes or tells a storyline that works for the shorts, well, they either work with them or they might as well be. Of course, that's that can be unfair because just asking a normal, devil's advocate question can look that way. But I think you can learn when a question is legitimately devil's advocate, like yours is. I'm taking your question as a legitimate, fair question. But it's a judgment call. Sometimes you see if somebody else came up and asked that question, I would assume they're trying to spread fear, uncertainty, and doubt. So it's, it's an art, not a science, I suppose. But what's significant, Adela, by that $1 a share target I came up with, other than it's easy to multiply by any multiple you want to pick? It only comes from essentially one source of revenue, which is TELUS, but it's kind of two sources. It's TELUS's generated business and it's the AIP network. That's that $1 a share target for 2028. That's a hell of a target, by the way. That's just amazing. And you're paying 29 cents? But what stands out about it? It doesn't include any sovereign AI data centers anywhere in the world. If Canada can generate $1 billion in 2028 to go through Railtown, and I think that's a low number, Canada. What could Japan generate? What could Germany, France, and ants in your pants generate? What could the UK generate? I think you see my point. That's from data centers. Now, in the world of Adela, there's 30 million developers. Microsoft is basically to that developer group what NVIDIA is to the new chip market, 90%. Well, Railtown's already embedded in Microsoft. All 3 channels. And Railtown's product already can process all the major software languages out there without any new training. You don't have to know them yourself. That's another source of revenue. And we just read yesterday that they're working on payment plans, upgrading and downgrading. Essentially, you can probably imagine a screen and you pick free, basic, pro, and max or something like that. And who knows what it charges per month? I'm sure it's not a retail price. I'm sure it's a hefty price once you get up into the heavy usage. Well, they just talked about that yesterday. How long does that take to get onto the interface with Railtown AI for developers? I don't know. A month? A day? 3 months, who knows? But once it starts, that's a whole nother source of revenue where developer teams click, we want Railtown. That's outside of the data centers and the sovereignty issue. But what's the advantage that Railtown is starting with? I don't know if LangChain has this advantage, but Railtown is embedded in all of Microsoft's products or their channels. I can imagine that it's possible that we could see an OpenClaw like, I'm not saying the highest magnitude. OpenClaw went from what looks not like now almost nothing to more users than Linux in 10 days. I'm not saying Railtown's going to go to that height, but I'm saying Railtown could have that kind of accelerated reverse ski slope type acceptance in the developer communities. That's another source of revenue that's not in that dollar. So all the other data centers in the world are not in that dollar. And all of the 30 million software developers around the globe, who some subset of might get hot for Railtown, that's not in that dollar number. What about governments or institutions or educational facilities? I don't know. I don't know how to factor in. All I can tell you, governments, I don't know what to include in the word government, but none of that's in that dollar projection. What about robotics? Of course, some robotics companies are going to go through the TELUS data center, some. But what about the distributed micro data centers that are meant to be for robotics? What about dedicated robotics use? What about drones, which brings up the military? What about the military dogs and soldiers that are all going to be robots? That brings up the military. What about the ships that Iran has? Apparently they're very small, but that's their navy. They can deliver weapons with these small drone-like robotic ships. What about all that? That's the military. That's not in that $1 number for 2028. All of those use cases are going to need the orchestration layer, the real-time ingestion, processing of real-time data that RailEngine has. Nobody else has RailEngine, by the way. And they're going to need the observability, the control, making sure that the robot only attacks other robots and doesn't attack old, straight, white males or whatever. So everything that I'm describing in the AI for everyone, AI for everything, is going to need this layer, which is Railtown. Now you could argue, well, LangChain's out there first, and there's Google ADK, and Amazon's working on something, and there's a bunch of other competitors that are getting started. But don't you ever forget, the genius of Marwan and Corey is they started 7 years ago. Don't you ever forget that. Also, another thing not to forget is that these bigger companies, you'd think, well, they can do it themselves. But it still takes time. I predict that OpenAI is going to either be merged or fall by the wayside. I could be wrong, but not all of these companies are going to survive. The prediction I'm making, it doesn't matter if I'm right. What I'm predicting is that you're probably going to have the big three, just like you had the big three automobile companies in the United States, the big three TV stations, if you're old enough to remember. I don't know if there's big three software companies. There's basically Microsoft and Apple, and I guess Linux, big three. I guess on Wall Street, it's come down to a big three. It's Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, Merrill Lynch, and UBS. No, JP. No, it's kind of. I guess it's kind of two, unless I'm missing someone as big. But my point is, it is a existential race for a Zuckerberg or a Bezos or whomever's running these other companies. They're not all going to make it. So they're going to be buying companies, but they're also going to be investing, and they are going to rather focus on using their people and their money in other places than wasting time when they compare it, trying to outcompete RailEngine or Google ADK. Believe it or not, the big boys and girls are going to want to just buy it. They'd rather pay 40 billion or 100 billion to buy it, to have it and get running so they can win the contracts and they can keep the technology from their competitor so they can be the survivor. That $1 a share doesn't include data centers in space. That $1 a share doesn't include improved self-driving taxis. That $1 a share doesn't include what's already happening, but it's going to come at you like the freight train I talked about before. Is there's going to be a parallel internet where agents communicate with agents, agentic AI, and there's no human being. And those agents work all the time, and they spend tokens all the time. And it's a $40 trillion payments system worldwide. And I believe, I'll try to find that article before I sign off tonight, because I've gone on for an hour with this one question. I think Anthropic is going to wipe out the Bitcoin thesis. Anthropic, I think, the token is going to be money. It's going to be currency. And if you have agents talking to agents and spending tokens and processing problems, you're going to need orchestration, control, making sure that the agent stays on the tracks, and you're going to need real-time ingestion. That's RailEngine, that's Railtracks, that's Conductor. The only end-to-end platform out there. Nobody has it. Some people say they've never seen anything like it. There's never been anything better. I'm trying to imagine how Trump would sell it to you. That's not included in that $1 number. The biggest use of AI that's coming is going to be health and drugs and therapy. AI, because of the supercomputer, they can create a William, my twin, my digital twin. It's probably going to have a lot of luck with the digital ladies, hopefully better than I do in real life. But it create my digital twin. And when they study me for gout, and the doctor says, well, let's try 300 milligrams a day of allopurinol and see if that works. Or maybe I should bump you to 500, or maybe it should only be 250. They don't have to do that. They can go into the digital twin and AI can run it in a matter of hours or minutes. What would happen if we changed the dose of allopurinol? What would happen if we gave, I don't know, every time there's an attack, what if we gave some steroids right away? Whatever. They can do it. They can do the test run of therapy in the digital twin. That is coming at you. I think it's already happening. But there's 8 billion people reportedly in the world. Imagine if the wealthy part of that, 1 billion to 2 billion, all had digital twins in the internet. So their doctor, or they could do it themselves, can say, what if I went on a Atkins diet? What if I stopped using cocaine and started using methamphetamines or whatever? You can do it in the computer. You don't have to do it to your own body. And you find out what works. That is going to be the gigantic revenue source coming for AI. That's a gigantic use case. That's not in the $1. And imagine the observability and the inference and the control and the real-time ingestion and the processing of historical data that bloody use of AI is going to take. That's not in that $1. The only thing in my $1 is, I erased it, I think it was 17 cents from the AIP network that Railtown owns, and then 83 cents from Telus's own clientele that they know all about, moving over to the Telus data center because it's green, because it's NVIDIA, because it's AI, and because it's sovereign, and because it's cheaper. Those are the only two things I have in my $1. So, Adela, this is a long way of saying to you that it seems like the shorts are all powerful and they can do anything they want. They can sell stock and they can get the CEO to make an idiotic decision like a reverse split, and they can collude with the bankers and the attorneys, and they can ruin any story for us. And I would argue you're right. After Railtown works, my thesis is don't ever trade a stock under $5 again, unless it's truly unique, because every now and then there is one, or only do it with a tiny bit of money. My other thesis is if we turn $19 million into 19 million shares into $1 billion, we can go get on a Queen of Trades to run a K Street or out of Georgia, run a lobbying group, and we can pay for it and change the rules. But what I'm trying to get across to you, Adela, is the shorts cannot destroy what's coming. Railtown started early. I still think they were first and best and are best in class. Railtown has the IP. It happens to be there now the hottest space in AI. As NVIDIA moves from the flush of getting 90% of the new chip market, the fact is, once you bought a chip, well, you don't need to buy a new one for a while. But NVIDIA is going to the stack. So's everybody. And that's where Railtown is. And these markets, these addressable markets that need what Railtown and others provide is gigantic. So the shorts are not going to be able to prevent what's coming. If Railtown does a reverse split to manipulate their way onto NASDAQ, I think it's stupid. And in the short run, they'll be helping out the shorts, and the stock will be flat to down, and it'll, it's just a big masturbation. But if they just let it lay, I think Railtown's going to be a $15, $20, $30 stock, and it won't be on NASDAQ. It won't be on the American. It'll be on the New York. So that's a very long answer, Adela, and I've gone into some other issues. But what's coming to these shorts, they'll get out of the way. You guys think that they're just they're not people, it's computers. They'll back off. They're doing it they probably backed off today. Let me see what the volume was. $153,000. 5,000 went off at 29.33 at 11.45. Makes me wonder how much of this volume is real on the sell side. Now it shows only 92,000. So which one is true? 92,000, I guess. But anyway, Adela, don't be scared. If Railtown does a reverse split, it's a waste of time, and they shouldn't do it. And there might be a temporary decline in the stock price because they will be helping out the shorts. If they did it right now, the stock could go to 270, 10 to 1. The shorts would probably bring it down to $1.50, so they'd get to make some money. I don't know why Corey would try to help them do that. But it won't last, is what I'm trying to get across to you. This revenue is going to come at this company, whether or not the shorts do anything, whether or not Tony believes me, whether or not chicks come on here and tell you that I'm despicable and I'm a piece of shit. It doesn't matter. This stock, it doesn't matter that I'm pointing it out to you. It doesn't matter if you own it or sell it, it's going up. And it's not going to 250. So why do the reverse split anyway? A reverse split gets it to go to $253. It's going to do that within the next 90 days. I think it could do that next week. I just don't know when Telus is finally going to lift the blanket and let all the balloons go to the top of the circus tent. But when it starts, the shorts ain't going to be able to stop it. And reverse splits, corrupt bankers, none of it's going to stop it. Adela, the $1 target for 2028 of revenue and earnings and cash flow per share that I gave you for Railtown, that's half of what TELUS is projecting. Of course, I used half because we don't know exactly what TELUS means by their words. But it could be better than that billion. And it's also adding in the network AIP. But the AIP network is growing. That's just one data center. I haven't told you what it's going to grow because I don't know. But all those other facets of AI that need this layer to make the huge computer power work and make sure the AI agents stay in their lane, it all goes through Railtown. My argument to you, Adela, is that Railtown is the best, the first, and the only. But there's trillions of dollars in this, so others are going to come up with alternatives. You know, but things are moving so quickly, especially in sovereign AI, that contracts have to be signed. If you're building a data center in Australia, where they have energy and they have deserts, well, you're going to sign up. You're going to spend $100 billion or whatever the hell. You're going to plan ahead for your NVIDIA chips and your copper or whatever light pipes they use, and your cooling and your staffing and all that. But you're also going to get your large language models, and you're going to get your orchestration framework, etc. And you're going to want to lock it down before somebody else does. And I would argue in Railtown's case, people are going to want to lock down a contract with Railtown before Microsoft buys them or before NVIDIA buys them. Because after NVIDIA buys them, the only way you're going to get Railtown is if you use NVIDIA. If you do it now, that contract exists prior to the company being bought out. But these contracts, Adela, are going to be signed before revenue comes in. That's where Tony's wrong. Tony's going to tell people, wait 2 years, and then you see the revenue. And in the meantime, we right size our account. And look, I don't know Tony. I'm sure he's a great guy. But that message of his is what the shorts are going to be putting in your head. And I just want you to wipe it out for now. You have stumbled onto something, and because of your courage, you've built a great position. Don't let anyone take that position away from you. I'm projecting $1 a share exiting 2027 for 12 months ARR, annual recurring revenue, $1 a share, annual recurring revenue, but also net revenue, but also cash flow, also earnings. Why? Because I think it's 100% margin. $1 a share in 2028. Analysts will tell you what that's worth today, but that comes from one bloody data center. It doesn't bring in Uniserve, and it doesn't bring in all the other things I told you about. You know, Adela, if you sat down and you really wanted to accept the idea that Railtown is the best, which we don't know yet, but I think it's true right now. And if you also accept that Railtown's going to have such cash flow that they'll be able to keep up with the budgets at any other firm, and so they'll stay the best. You can drop the multiple question altogether, I think, and just try to predict what the revenues per share will be over the next decade, each year. And I don't want to sound crazy or any more crazy than I already am, but I think you can predict revenue per share 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, $50 a share in the future. And you don't want to sell your company. Now, those kind of numbers, that's truly speculative. And I don't want you focusing on them. We'll find out about that soon enough. But that's why I talk against the short seller message, the bashers message so much. For me, it's not personal, but the message pisses me off. It really pisses me off. Because Adela, you have taken the courage to build a great position. And now the devils in your brain are saying, reverse split. Uh-oh, I better worry about that. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The revenue that's coming to Railtown is going to overwhelm everything. Just don't sell your stock. Just don't sell your stock. And I don't advise trading. I don't advise day trading your stock. Now, the tricky thing, Adela, and then I'm going to move on, is if there's a short squeeze, and I've got to address that at some point. I think about it all the time. What happens if there are 60 or 100 million shares short and there is a buy-in, which I don't think those things happen. And let's say Railtown just runs. What do we do then? I don't have an answer, because I think if Railtown goes to 25 and you sold out, you're going to regret it. But on the other hand, if Railtown ran to 150 right away, that starts to get a little more complicated, doesn't it? I guess it's going to depend on the reasons, and we're not there yet. But it is something we're going to have to address maybe. And I'll be here to address it. I'm not going to avoid it. Anyway, Adela, please don't worry about a reverse stock split. If they do it, they just listen to bad advice. But any negative effect will be just temporary. It won't be permanent, because there is no toxic financing, and there will be no toxic financing. And there won't be a toxic merger either. All right, I'm going to move on. Ricky Brogan, Adela, someone started that on stock twits, I guess, instead of short term. He seems like a nervous person, saying when Williams Computer stopped, he was saying 500 to 1 reverse split. I think this person is very nervous. I have read his post before. Well, 500 to 1 reverse split is what CRTD did. And I don't know, guys. I don't know why it should scare anybody to talk about it. It's just what happened. And, I don't know. Here's CRTD right here. I don't know what you call this. Maybe you call this progress here, and it's finally getting better. But the 500 for one split, it didn't stop the destruction in equity of that company. Then this is, Ricky and Adela, this is what the shorts want you thinking about, so that when Railtown goes up, you just take your profit. Don't do it. Don't do it. Railtown shouldn't be, number one, it shouldn't be public, but it is. Number two, it shouldn't be on the OTC, but it is, because they thought they were going to need to raise money. And number three, Railtown's totally mispriced because of the heaviness, and because we don't, you guys, the nervous Nellies, you want information that says on top of it Goldman Sachs, or it says, I don't know, Fidelity Research on it. By the time you see that, the stock's going to be 25 bucks or whatever. I'm making that number up. You've done the work. You understand the story. You don't have to be nervous. You don't. I mean, you can't help it. I can't help it either, but you don't have to be. The 500 to 1, Ricky, is CRTD. Frommer, Jeremy Frommer, who told me I don't have any proof that Jeff Easton's clients are shorting his company. Well, somebody's doing something. Ricky Brogan, but I noticed Tony Two Shoes liked his post. So I posted, people knew Tony from AMC, they wouldn't listen to nothing he says. Adela, my wife might be mad at me for selling. Adela, my wife might be mad at me for selling her Louis Vuitton and Prada handbags laying around the house. Go ahead and do it. You'll in a year you'll be able to buy her 10 of them. Hey, PS71 says hi, Sir Bill. Nice to see you here. Adela, yeah, Ricky, probably a short. I think William was talking finger doing a reverse split, not Railtown. Yeah, I'm not saying Railtown's going to do a split. I don't think they are. I know they get advice, as I just expressed to you, because the common theory on Wall Street is you want to get on NASDAQ. But I don't want to repeat it, what I've said, but NASDAQ is a shithole just like over the counter. So why go through all sorts of cap table engineering experiments to get on NASDAQ? Adina Friedman does not care, because she's in the top 5 most powerful women on Wall Street. Who cares about that? Do your job. But I think she is doing her job. She's protecting the big funds and the Goldman Sachses of the world. But Adela, I was talking about the 500 to 1 I was talking about is CRTD. Do you see that 500 to 1 helping that stock? I don't. Krypton, his fraud task force better do something. Adela, William, please talk about Railtown. The war talk makes me vomit. I know. Adela, I can't help but have it on my mind and I think everybody should, and we can't ignore it. And I do think it affects our investments, but you're right. I should focus more on Railtown. It was attributed to John F. Kennedy, but I cannot remember the philosopher or the thinker who actually said it. I just can't remember. But I do believe the hottest place in hell is reserved for he who in times of moral crisis remains silent. And I mean, there's so many times in history that by looking back, we go, how did they ever let that happen? For example, slavery. I mean, I cannot believe a more horrific and evil thing than slavery. Just selling human beings, selling children away from their parents, the whole thing. But it was just accepted as a matter of course. And you'd like to think when you go back that you wouldn't have joined in or that you would have said something. But you know what? I think there's a moral crisis right now. And, you know, it's probably on both sides. I'm not stupid enough to think that there's no threat from Iran. But it's pretty provable that the United States of America has joined in killing people. It's provable that Israel's doing it too, and has been. Are we supposed to stay silent? I don't know. Krypton, William grabbed 1K. Good for you. And you got your cost basis down. That's awesome. I hope your cost basis looks high for at least a few more weeks, because I want to buy some Railtown while it's cheap, but I probably won't be able to. I just keep, that's how I say that just to deal with the stress of it all, because it doesn't seem like anything I do makes it happen. Here's the Railtown chart, and I'm not going to be able to show you any of my lines, but on the one hand, Railtown could break through that 20-day moving average and then the 50-day and be on the way up to the 200-day on the one hand. But I don't really see any reason that's going to happen looking at this chart. If it had broken the 20-day and closed above the 20-day with a lot of volume, maybe. But I think it's maybe 30%, 40% plausible that they'll still try to drive it back down to 27 cents. I don't know if they'll get it down to 25. In other words, I think it's plausible that it's going to go sideways. But you know what I'll do? I'll let you know when they tell me, sir, we're going to get your money to you, let's say next Friday. I'll tell you it. The stock will go up on Wednesday. If it goes through 30 cents on strong volume, get ready. Get ready. Bob, wow. That's amazing, Bob. You did it. Bravo. Bravo. And Bob, don't be disappointed if you were the reason it went up today. And because I don't think there's real selling. So it might have been you listening to me that made it go up a bit today. Don't get annoyed with that though, because you just don't know, and I don't know. But any Sunday night or any Monday morning or any Monday afternoon, there could be some trigger. And so I think it's brilliant what you did. I think I really admire that you did that, and I congratulate you. And it seems like you got almost as this. Let me look down what you wrote. I wrote. You were trying to buy 48,800 at. Did I write that down? 2701. Is that what you were trying to buy it at? But you were trying to buy 48,800, and you bought 48,899. Bob, you're a hero. That's brilliant. And that extra penny or so, you're not going to notice it. Congratulations. Congratulations. Ricky Brogren, back of my neck. That's where your brain is? Shoulder and down to the elbow have been hurting since I moved my hydraulic wood splitter. Could I suggest you stop moving things? You're not 27 anymore. Had x-ray last Monday, and family doc, she refers me to Dr. Carroll. Good luck. I'm going to this physical therapy, which I'm such a weakling. I'm embarrassed. But he said a lot of it comes from, I don't know what you call it. Your muscles lose mass and mobility and all that. I'm going to try to keep it up. But I don't know, Ricky. I used to do a lot of things. I think in the future, if I had a hydraulic wood splitter that needed to be moved, I think I'd put an ad in the paper and say, I have a hydraulic wood splitter that needs to be moved. I'll pay you $100 to do it. But anyway, I really do hope that your health is just minor and it's just temporary. AC stocks, entertainment.
I don't know where you are, but you can show me. In the Home app, go to the Home settings, then scroll down and turn on location services.
There's no privacy. AC stock says entertainment purposes only. I have a buddy that needs convincing to move from finger down 2,000 from $2 to 80 cents. Help me, help them. P.S. New total for me, All right, AC stocks, I'll try to. I know what's going on. I know what thinking is going on. AC stock says 49,570. This might be a tricky one to find. But hopefully I have something written as HC stocks. It might be your name that I don't see. All right, let me see if I can do the best I can with this guy. Let's look at Finger. Well, first, I just showed you Railtown. And I told you that Railtown might go sideways. But I didn't tell you that I expect Railtown to collapse. It's possible they'll try to spike it down one more time. But I think that spike right there, that's it. It didn't even show up in the day's volume. I think that's the last time there. Of course, I could be wrong. But in this sort of horizontal here, this horizontal, it could trade in that horizontal for a little while longer. But that doesn't mean that's not the worst thing that can happen. When this goes up, it goes off the chart. There is no chart to follow it. But now let me go to Finger. And I know what's going on. It's down, and he can't believe it's due for a bounce back. Okay, so there's the 5-year chart on Finger. That's the 5-year chart on Finger. What got us all hooked is that first run up. That's what got us hooked, got me hooked. But then, ever since then, the heaviness is won. And every time it rallies, they bring it back down. And now, similar to Railtown, Finger is well underneath the moving averages. I'm not a great chartist, but I see nothing positive in that chart. I see no reason for Finger to go up. And I think it's going lower. Now, as a wit in my Merrill Lynch office used to say, it can't go any lower. It's at the bottom of the chart. But that's not true. 85 cents can go to 50 cents. And that doesn't sound like a lot, but that's 30% of your position. So the chart doesn't excite me. Now, on the positive side, I've seen Finger motion go from nothing straight up, as I just showed you. So it's always possible. Anything can happen with any stock. But for the last 3 or 4 years, Finger motion has essentially earned 30 to 35 million in revenue and made no money. In fact, they have cash burn every quarter. I think it's a well-managed company. I think the CEO has a great deal of integrity, and he's a great leader. He works hard. I think there's no way he's going to do bad financing now. But the company hasn't really raised significant money in over a year, to my memory. I mean, maybe I'm missing something. And they're going to have to. So that's your risk. And if somebody, even this Irish firm, I forget the name, O'Flaherty, it looks like it has a pretty good reputation. But they signed up O'Flaherty when the stock was over $1.50. To my memory, I think it was, I don't know, $1.60. Well, don't put it past the clients of O'Flaherty to be selling the stock naked, so that when O'Flaherty comes with an offering, they're not going to come at $1 right now. They'll come at 75 cents with probably 2 warrants to induce people to invest. Maybe 3. But it might not even be 75 cents. It could be 50 cents. And the people that have been shorting the stock, because they hired O'Flaherty, they have cash that they created out of thin air by selling the stock down. And this, when you think about it, why should, if the rules allowed it, but they don't, the company should be able to do this on their own behalf. But the company has to then come to O'Flaherty, and O'Flaherty may not even know that that their clients at the Toads are selling it down. They call up, hey, I got that. That's the biggest ticket I've ever had. I just made one phone call, and they're willing to give $5 million to Finger Motion at 50 cents with 2.5 warrants. And I'm gonna be able to go on vacation. But shareholders got wiped out, and the money that the Toad's going to give came from people that were buying the stock in the open market. It's so corrupt. It makes you want to lose it. So that's the big risk I see AC stocks, is that Finger has to do a financing. And I'm going to guess they need about 5 million. And at least. And I don't think it'll be done above market. I've been saying that for a while. It could be. I don't think it'll be above $1. Could be. Anything can happen. The good thing, there's several good things with Finger. One is management is good. 2 is the investor group is fantastic. 3, this C2C command and control contract of 2 Decembers ago. I mean, I guess there's always hope. It's never in any management discussion. There's always hope that they invested $4 or $5 million somewhere, and it's going to come rolling back. Even with a modest profit, that would help. But it's never been written up, so I'm not optimistic about that, but I guess it could. All right, let me see. What does he have? He's down $2,000. He bought it at $2. All right, let me try to do the arithmetic on that. But first, let me see, when's the last time the stock was $2? October of last year? Yeah, October. So he bought it in October, or maybe September. He had a chance to get out at a profit or take some of his money off the table. But none of us do that. None of us do it. All right, let's look at the numbers. So he's down. So he bought 1,000 shares. So AC Stocks, your friend bought 1,000 finger for $2. $2,000 is what he spent, right? So his $2,000 is now worth 85 cents. So he's got $850 worth of stock. So he's waiting for it to go back to $2, which just gets him even. And then what's he hoping for? That the stock goes and fills the gap at 350? All right, so let's say that the reasons he's going to hold on is he thinks he can get back to $2,000. And once it's there, it'll fill the gap on the chart at 350 from over a year ago, or almost a year ago. So he's hoping to turn his $850 just by holding on. He's hoping that it's going to go to 2,000. He won't sell it. And then he's hoping that it'll go maybe up to 3,500. And obviously he's hoping for this big squeeze in the sky that's never going to happen. All right, so those are our numbers. He paid 2,000. It's worth 850. He paid 2,000. It's worth 850. He's hoping for 2,000, and he thinks it might go to 3,500. Yeah, hell, he might think it's going to do the squeeze or Rama. All right, so that's what we're working with. So if on Monday everything's where it is, he maybe could sell his finger for $850. Let's examine that first. If he sold it for $850, his loss, which would be short term, which is pretty valuable if he has short-term gains, his loss would be $1,150. That would be his loss. And he doesn't want to take that loss. But that loss, if he does nothing else in his account, and there's nothing else going on, at the end of this year, he can write that loss off against his income on his taxes. I don't know where he lives, but let's say he saves 35%, he pays 35% federal and 5% state. I don't know. That seems low. So he pays 40% on his income tax. He pays 40% on his income. If he writes this off against his income, you can write off up to $3,000 a year. I don't know why they don't increase that. It's been that number forever. So he could, on $1,150, he could save at 40% tax rate. He could save $460. So there is a benefit to taking the tax loss. So if you added the 850 to 460, of course you got to wait for it. That's 1330. So he's only losing $700 instead of 1150. Do you see that? There is a benefit to booking that loss. He may not feel that way, but it's there. That's a fact. All right. Let's look at the practical solution, my opinion. He's got $850 Monday morning if his brokerage firm lets him use the money the same day he sells. And let's say he can buy Railtown at 29 cents. He could have done it for more this week, but you got to do what it is. So if he buys that at 29 cents, he can buy 2,931 shares of Railtown. Can I just make the assumption that he'd be willing to add $20 to his account? So he could buy 3,000 shares of Railtown. Right? Sells the finger, buys Railtown, adds $20. He can buy 3,000 of Railtown. Okay, so let's compare it. Finger and Railtown. 1,000 finger, 3,000 rail, 85 cents, 29 cents. Both worth about $850. All right, so that's our starting point, Monday, April 13th. They're both worth around $900, just under. So he thinks hanging on to 1,000 shares of finger is better for his financial health than buying 3,000 Railtown and getting out of finger. I already showed you there's a tax benefit for selling finger. If he were to sell finger tomorrow, on Monday, he'd have to wait 31 days to lock in that tax benefit. So he's scared that finger's going to squeeze and go to 3,000, which is just poppycock. But more realistically, he might be scared that finger's going to go to $2, or it might run to $6 again. Or, as I pointed out, there is a gap in the downward trend at 350. Saying he's scared of missing that. Well, do you have to experience that kind of upside in finger? Or can you take the loss and expose yourself to that same kind of upside somewhere else? You're just trying to make money. I think the odds are fingers going lower because they got to do a financing. And if I had to guess, it's going to be at 50 to 65 cents. And it'll have warrants, it'll be dilutive. And then the next step is the Toad, that's that group out of Toronto, will suppress it. There'll come a reverse split to get it to $5, probably a 1 for 10. But remember, that's because the Toad does have a motivation to suck it all out. It's possible anyway. I'd say 50-50. It might not happen because Martin would know it's not a great thing. But, at some point, you want to keep the company alive. That's what the attorneys are going to tell you. All right, so what's the future then? Let's say May 15th, June 15th, July 15th, and August 15th. All right. So we'll go 1 month out, 2 months out, 3 months out, 4 months out. All I can do is give you my predictions. I'll try to be fair, but I think it makes me sick. It makes me sick, my predictions for Finger. Absolutely makes me sick. But I think if he stays into Finger, this is the probability. Things can change. But they're not going to change as quickly as he thinks. I don't think you can see this, so I'll read it to you. But I think in a month, if he hangs on to Finger, it'll be worth $500. Best case, in 2 months, it goes to $650. In 3 months, I think it's back down to $450. And in 4 months, I think it's $250. That makes me sick. Now, there can be miracles, a contract, a big merger, but I'm giving you my projection. There's no reason for this to be able to get back above $1 and stay there. The heaviness is winning. And if they raise money at 50 cents, it might bounce back on some news, but then they're going to sell it off and sell it off and sell it off. And this doesn't even count a reverse split. That's how I see Finger. Now, the risk is positive news, or the company doesn't need to raise money and they have a bunch of revenue coming in. You could start a climb up. So if you want to argue that it starts to climb upward, it's just going to get back. I think the best case, it gets back to maybe $1,000 or $1,200 over the next 4 months. So I don't see him making his money back in Finger, but AC stocks, that's my projection. Remember, Ham works very hard, and he can get a stock to move up. But while your friend is waiting for that stock to move up, the swap into Railtown is not going to be there anymore. And what's my projections for Railtown by May 15? And I'm gonna go kind of gut here. That's May 15. And I've been wrong. AC stocks, I've been wrong. But I think these are low, by the way. I think these are low. These are low and slow. But I'll go with it. I'll use a different color. And this has a chance of squeezing, by the way, which I don't want it to do. But it has that chance. As good or better than finger motion. As good or better than finger motion. All right, I'm going to show you what I think Railtown's going to do. It's starting with the same 850 approximate valuation. In May, 1 month from now, 1 month from Monday, I think it'll be $350 a share. So your friend will have $10,500. That could be very low. I think 1 month later it'll be $550, and then you've got $16,500 a share total. In July 15th, I think it'll be $12.50. I think actually that could happen in a week. $12.50. It'll give you $37,500. $37,500. And I think in August it'll be $17.50. So it gives you $52,500. And I think his finger will be worth $250. So I don't know what to tell him. If we take those numbers, if we take these numbers on the Railtown side, and in a month, 31 days, if Railtown is $10,500, and he doesn't believe in it, which I'm not recommending that he do, but if he really wants to buy back Finger, my guess is Finger will be, he could buy back his 1,000 shares for $650. But let's say it's $1,000. Let's say he buys back his Finger for, let's say it goes to $2 a share. Let's say he has to buy back his Finger in 1 month at $2. Okay? So to get $2,000, he would have to sell 571, let's say 600 shares of his Railtown to buy back 1,000 shares of Finger at $2. So he'd still have 2,400 shares of Railtown, and he'd have 1,000 Finger. at $2. But more likely, what he's going to find, I think, is that in 31 days, he can buy back his 1,000 shares of Finger probably for $650. So he just sells 200 shares. So he sells 200 shares here. He's left with 2,800 shares of Railtown, and he has his 1,000 shares of Finger back. His risk is waiting 31 days. But in the meantime, if that happens, I don't have to go through these numbers a whole lot different. If he sells 200 shares, his Finger maybe goes up on this side of the column. If he has 1,000, maybe it goes to $3,500. But here, a month from now, just take, it's 16,000. It's 37,000. And here, call it 50,000. 50,000 plus 3,000. Anyway, the point is he can replace his Finger and still hang on to the majority of Railtown, in my opinion. But he's going to have to believe that something's going to change quickly with Finger. And what's going to change quickly with Finger? What's going to change quickly with Finger is the story's going to get out. Let me give you one final thing, AC. No one seems to accept this, but last summer, RLAFchain raised money. They announced it in October. Post-money valuation was $1.25 billion. RLAFchain is not as good as Railtown. And RLAFchain is probably worth $2.5 billion right now. But at $1.25 billion, and let's use 230 million fully diluted. That's more than is out and diluted in Railtown. Shares. That gives you a target of 543 per share. That gives you a target for Railtown to catch up to last year's valuation of RLAFchain, which I think is an inferior product. But it doesn't mean RLAFchain's not going to do great. It's a huge market. It's a gigantic market. But what the key is, AC stocks, is what everyone's waiting for is for that story to get out. Nobody knows the Railtown story. You do. And so you get to act on it. But nobody in America knows about, in the United States of America knows about it. Nobody. In Canada, a bunch of people know about it, but they're not allowed to buy it. So it's going to be a combination of when people that know the story are allowed to buy, and the people in the United States that don't know the story, and in Canada that don't know the story, are told the story, and the first thing they're going to compare it to is what's RLAFchain worth. That gets you to 543 a share. On 3,000 shares, that gets you to $15,000. There's no way in hell Finger Motion's going to $15. So that's about all I can think of to tell your friend. It would have been better if he had sold earlier. You know, I said the other day, there was a woman in June or July that had, I think it was June, had 1,000 shares of Finger, and it was either 550 or 6, I think it was 550 a share. So she had 1,000 shares of Finger at 550, And I think the stock went down to 22 cents. But let's say it was right where it is right now. She roughly, if she had made the swap, she roughly could have, that wasn't the number. It was worth, it went down to 22. That's about 19,000 shares of Railtown. What I remember is she could have purchased 11,600 shares, something like that. So if she had added a little bit of money, she could have gotten to 12,000, maybe 12,500 shares of Railtown at that time. Well, that was for 1,000 shares of Finger in June. And I don't think she did it. And a lot of people here one guy got really angry at me. Ham says it's going up. How can you turn on us on Finger? It was trading at $5.50 a share. I think I predicted it was going to go to 125, and that's just because I didn't want to say 75. But the reasons were the same. Well, now that same 1,000 shares only buys you 3,000 instead of, say, 12,000 shares. So it's disappointing. And who would have been better off? If she had done it in June, it is true, it's been a pain in the ass waiting this long for most people, but she would have been better off, or he would have been better off, putting that money in Railtown then, that 1,000 shares of Finger making the swap last June. Because 12,000, if they had added a little bit of money, 12,000 shares of Railtown right now is worth about $3,400. But the 1,000 that Finger she hung on to is worth $850. So it doesn't always make sense. I don't want to take a loss. And I'm not picking on him when I say this. Ham says it's going to go up. Yeah, okay. But sometimes there's a better idea. And I think Ham's going to be absolutely elated if your friend were to come back in 2 months and buy 5,000 or 10,000 shares of Finger. But first things first, you got to try to make money. Finger's trajectory right now is down. Railtown, yes, it's been pressured down, but I think because of information you have, but it's some putting pieces together and making projections. I think it's safe to say that the catalyst for Railtown in the short run, anywhere from 2 weeks to 2 quarters, but I think it's not going to take 2 quarters. The catalyst for Railtown is the single largest industry in the world, software, and its related products, has to upgrade or be replaced in its entirety by the new iteration, the transformation caused by AI for everyone, AI for everything. There is nothing like that supporting finger motion. Nothing. Nothing. The addressable market for Railtown that you see, Artemis just splashed down. Wow. Artemis splashed down. The addressable market for Railtown, always they say 30 billion. Well, if Railtown gets 1% of that market, that's 300 million a year. That's valuable. There's no way in hell Finger Motion is getting there. Finger Motion basically year in, year out does 30 to 35 million in revenue and doesn't make any money. Railtown could get to those numbers within 90 days. Now they have different amount of shares outstanding, so you got to look all that up. But once Railtown crosses 35 million in revenue, it's headed to 100. And once it crosses 100, it's going to 150. Once it crosses 150, it's headed to 250. Once it's at 250 in revenue, it's headed to 400 million in revenue. Finger Motion has nothing like that ahead of it. Finger Motion relies on manipulation, and I'm not criticizing it, but you got to put this piece with that piece, with that investor, with that campaign, with that selling, hoping a buy-in comes in, hoping you can introduce the Xi's daughter to Who Flung Fat's son, and all of a sudden you're going to create wealth. You don't need any of that with Railtown. Railtown's revenue is about to explode higher, and it doesn't matter what I say. And it could take another 6 weeks. It's already taken much longer than I thought that you're going to see it explode out of the gate. But what's another 6 weeks? What's another 6 months for that matter? If Railtown's headed, my opinion, it's headed much higher, much, much higher. Question is, will it happen inside of a company or as a standalone? And I'd say it's a flip of a coin now that it'll stand alone. But what's a few more weeks or a few more months wait if Railtown's headed to $55 in 3 years? I think it's going to be a lot sooner. There's no way in hell Finger Motion's ever doing that. No way. And look, I used to own a lot of I lost a lot of money in Finger Motion. And where Finger Motion makes its revenue, highly competitive, fractured, fragmented. How do they combine all that? They won't. It's low margin. It's China, and we seem to be on the verge of war everywhere in the world. I just don't see. Fingers down. And if you don't want to take your loss, you're just lying to yourself. You already lost the money. You already lost it. In a month's time, there will not be an alternative to put that $840 in. In a month's time, it might be worth $500. And there won't be an alternative to put it in. There is now, Railtown. He still can buy 3 units of Railtown for 1 unit of Finger. In a month's time, he might buy a quarter of a unit, and it might make sense. He should act. Get the hell out of Finger. Just do it for 31 days. You can always come back and buy Finger again. This isn't about loyalty. This isn't about, oh my God, I'm going to hurt Ham's feelings. You can come back, and Ham's going to welcome you back with open arms if you come back in 32 days. Book your tax loss. And if you miss out, I just showed you. Even if the stock went to $1.50 or $2 and you had 3,000 Railtown, you don't have to sell more than maybe 400 or 500 shares of Railtown to buy that back. Of course, it's a lot of projection. Nobody knows exactly what's going to happen. But Railtown is in the middle of trillions with a T, trillions of annual spending. And they're at the forefront of this revolution. And the industry is just becoming aware of how important that layer is. Finger sells minutes on phones, which have been around for 50 years. I don't think that it's very confusing to me. Ricky Brogan, Adela, I noticed the guy that has an owl as a profile photo is wishy-washy. Not sure if he's nervous or a short. De Niro liked his post about the look. I think De Niro works with the shorts. I can't help that, because when I first came out on Railtown, he trashed me, trashed the idea, said he was doing due diligence. He didn't know jack shit. Now he talks to the company and he's friends. I believe that's to alert the shorts. The company is full of gentlemen. They would never be assholes like I am and say that. But I think the only risk to the shorts is something comes out of the blue that's positive. If Tony's talking to the company, if I'm right, and then he's also talking to these people, and you know what? He may not know he's doing it. He may think he's a big hotshot because he's talking to some hedge fund, and maybe the hedge fund is a short fund, but Tony doesn't know it. You don't know. But that information, if all the shorts need to know, probably they only need 24 hours notice, and they can turn off their selling machines. If they have 48 hours, for example, the last time Tony talked to the company, around when I talked to him, it was clear nothing was going to be coming as a surprise for at least a month or two. It was clear. So that the shorts knew, well, we can keep pressing. We can keep pressing. We can keep pressing. There's going to be no break in the news boycott. And there's nothing coming to suddenly make it worth a lot more on Wall Street. That's the role I think Tony either wittingly or unwittingly plays. And if he's liking those kind of quotes, he's a fudster. E. Belanger, up 3 cents in Canada. I'll take that. Well, it's only 2.5 cents in the United States. Jason Harbison. William, you have mentioned a few times Ward Richardson has some very high targets for rail. Would you or Ward be willing to walk us through the thesis? I can, but I'd rather Ward said it, because I don't think it's fair for me to give the targets. But I think I just let on, Jason, how big it could be. But let's see if Ward answers you. Good afternoon, William and RT crew. The path to greenbacks will require you to buy the shares that has the stack. That's right. Ward's thesis, Jason, is pretty simple. Railtown has the disruptive technology. And it's the technology that everybody's going to want. And it is the stack. I keep challenging him and anyone I can ask, is Railtown really better than Langchain or Dr. Doolittle or Samantha's pancake stack? And I haven't found any convincing evidence that anybody is better than Railtown. But I keep asking it. I keep asking it. And I show it to you. But the market is so big. I'm trying to think where I mean, Jason, one example is that Jensen Wong at the last conference that I got blocked on YouTube for, he said that his projection for revenues for NVIDIA exiting this year, 1 trillion, growing by $500 billion in 6 months. And NVIDIA knows that they have to build their stack. They can't just sell the chip to stay with a 90% market share, 94%. So they're adding things. I don't know if they're going to add Railtown. I think Ward believes they will. But Ward has studied this so hard for so long. I think it's just in his gut instinct as much as anything else. For me, I don't understand AI like I do oil and gas or mining or even whatever you want to call it, real estate flipping or whatever, or trading. But I've studied it quite a bit for the last year and a half too. And some of my understanding of markets and how money's allocated, I think helps me. But the reason I keep asking is because I can't believe that with Sequoia and IVF or whoever the hell and Benchmark raising $125 million for Langchain, that Langchain doesn't have enough money to blow Railtown out of the water. And that question I asked Corey directly. That's almost an exact quote of my question. He said, nobody can blow us out of the water. Nobody. And he compared, but he's a gentleman, so I had to read between the lines, but he compared Langchain to Railtown, and there really is no comparison. However, it doesn't mean Langchain's not going to be hugely successful. And it's already met with a lot of success. So the biggest thing that Corey had me focus on is that the market is gigantic, and that gigantic market is growing gigantically. So there's plenty of room. So for NVIDIA to do $1 trillion a year in sales of these stacks around the world as sovereign AI stacks, $1 trillion a year, they're going to need to have the full stack. How much of that trillion is allocated to putting Railtown there? I don't know. And I think that's part of the reason for the guys from BlackBerry to be there, is to help design the revenue streams, because you don't want to sell Railtown once. I mean, it would almost make more sense to tell NVIDIA, we'll enter into a 20-year deal with you, or a 5-year deal, renewable, that, I don't know, you gotta, your client, your buyer has to pay us something. I don't know what it would be, but it'd probably be pretty big when we're talking about trillions of dollars. But they got to pay us something, or you got to pay us something. But we won't charge you the maximum now in return for a piece of the action, or an ongoing revenue stream for the next 5 years, renewable for the next 5 or 15. I don't know. I'm not in that. But that's how I would be thinking. So the numbers, Jason, get really big. But I'll see if Ward answers your question better than I do. All right, here's a guy, OA828, who has never shown his name. Be careful, everyone. I lost a lot of money listening to this idiot. So I assume he's talking about me. I wouldn't dare to take offense at his calling me an idiot. It's possible that compared to his intellect, I am. It's possible. But I don't know how he lost money listening. You can't lose money if you just listen. But if he listened to what recommendation did I make that cost you money? Was it silver? Was it telling you to sell finger probably 3 different times? Was it telling you, I thought very clearly, to get out of GTII? Was it telling you about Nixie early, and a lot of people made a trade on Nixie to the profit? Was it me telling you to be careful with that whole story about give bucks? Was it me telling you to sell ZJYL and buy Railtown? I don't know. I don't know how comprehensive your listening was, but I think there was quite a few trades and quite a few ideas that people made money on or avoided losing money. So I take you at your word that you're a lot smarter than I am, and therefore I'm an idiot. But I just wonder what you do with all that brain power. Because if you only focused, for example, on my strong presentation on logic, which was going to go into collective audience at the beginning, but you didn't focus on when I came on hard and said, oh my gosh, they've done this toxic thing. Anyway, I don't want to go through it all. I can't control what CEOs do and all that. But I don't know, did you only listen to my bad ideas or when I was wrong? Because I've never claimed OA, original asshole. I've never claimed to be correct every single time. I think I've always talked in probabilities. So anyway, I'm going to move on from you, if you don't mind. Original asshole. That's a good name for you. Bob SOA828. Too bad you haven't learned to make your own investment decision. Maybe someday you'll grow up. Good luck with that. Arthur. We understand it's small, Arthur. Grow up, Arthur. You'll make a fine adult. Ward Richardson says, thumbs up to Bob's comment. Pat M says, buzz off, OA. Ricky Brogan. William, do you know what year Corey and Marwan met at the ski lodge? No, but he alludes to it in a couple of his interviews, and he mentioned it when I was talking to him, but I don't know the exact year. When I talked to him in December, I got the impression, and it's an impression, it was something like 5.5, 6 years ago. So if I'm saying 7 years, maybe I'm wrong. But I think it might not be wrong, 6.5. Anyway, something like that. Something like that. Ward Richardson, Jason Harbison. I will go over my thesis when this so-called quiet period is over. I do not want to jeopardize what is going on here with RT at the moment. Well, I think that's very judicious of Ward, Jason, because I think Ward's done a lot of research, and I've talked with him about it. And I've left off some of his conclusions. I think some of the privileged information that is kind of behind, I don't know what to call it, this boycott on information, this quiet period, this delay in telling the story. If you're somebody like Ward who knows this stuff cold, you can connect the dots and it's there, or at least a vague outline is there. And I think if Ward were to share some of what he's told me, I think it'd be accidental. I think it'll be coincidental maybe, but I could see where, if he's right, and I have no reason to believe he's not, that people maybe, I don't know, at TELUS or at a law firm or regulators would go, how the hell does he know that? Because I don't think it's that hard to figure out what's coming, but you have to believe that Railtown has something. And if you don't believe that, you're going to drive yourself crazy. And by something, I don't mean a throwaway something. I don't think I'm misquoting Ward when I tell you that he believes that Railtown's technology is disruptive. I don't think I'm misquoting Ward or speaking out of turn if I were to tell you that Ward only invests in companies which have disruptive technology. I don't think I'd be out of line telling you that Ward can listen to someone pitching and immediately say, that's noise. I don't have time for it. I don't know how he got past all of the noise that I give sometimes and maybe got to something. But I sure have appreciated Ward's insights, because even though I put some things together, I don't claim to know technology. Well, I know it enough to ask the questions. However, it can be lonely late at night thinking, do I have this right? And it's been helpful for me to speak with Ward from time to time about my doubts, because he actually sees it the other way. He thinks I've been too low on some of it. But I think, Jason, the key thing to understand, and I went through it just a little while ago, but I also don't think because Corey told me that he had not said anything to me that was privileged. But at the same time, he asked me to use discretion, which I have. But I talked to him in December. And the one thing that sticks with me after we were talking about Railtown's role at the TELUS data center, one thing's my impression, and we don't know yet, but one thing is my impression. My impression is Railtown is the layer on top of the NVIDIA designed TELUS stack. You've got I've shown you the picture. You've got NVIDIA at the bottom, HPE, and other things. And then you've got somewhere in there, and I think it's right above that layer, you've got TELUS's Fire XI or IX Fire or something. And then you've got the large language model layer, which I'm going to guess it's Cohere, but it could be Anthropic, it could be OpenAI. And then above that layer, and in and around that layer, you might have other things. But in general, above that layer, you have the cartilage between the user and the whole bloody stack. And that cartilage is Railtown AI Technologies. It's the interface that makes the whole data center useful to the users. It's the interface that makes the entire data center and stack profitable and revenue generating to all parts of the stack. Without the cartilage, the knee won't bend and it won't support the weight of the production that the data center is going to give. And I think if you accept that, which is a thesis, but even if it's only 80% right or half right, it's just one data center. And the sovereign AI buzz, which could prove to be just buzz, I suppose, but it's the biggest part of AI now. And there's something like 12,000 data centers in the world, and most of them probably have to be upgraded or replaced. But there's 12,000 of them, and that doesn't count the micro data centers that are going to go out there. I was out with my friend out in Virginia 8 months ago. He took me by all these data centers. There's one there that's Department of Defense or CIA. Nobody knows. No, it doesn't have a name on it. But imagine all the data centers that are being built for the military that we don't even know about. And that doesn't count the data centers that Elon Musk is building out in space. That doesn't count the distributed GPUs that Apple is using as its strategy in cell phones and iPads and its computers. In other words, Jason, the addressable market is not 30 billion. And the addressable market is probably not 300 billion a year. The addressable market is probably in the trillions a year. And that's not saying it's going to happen this year. That's not saying it's going to happen in 2029. It just has to be projectable in the future. And if Railtown is the significant player in this cartilage layer, I mean, the numbers become mind-blowing. But if Railtown's just an also-ran, but it's one of the best also-rans, maybe one of the top 5 or even 10, the numbers are huge. And when you start getting big revenue numbers at 100% margin, you don't have to use big multiples to then translate into a high stock price. But early on in the game, the reason the multiples are high is, for example, if Railtown gets to 100 million in revenue, projectable, but then the growth rate is high, the multiple will be high because the buyer is going to assume at some point this annual high margin revenue is going to stick. But once you get to the bigger numbers, the multiples come back down because the growth rate might not be there. But right now, Jason, what's stopping the growth? War is a risk. War is a risk. Asteroids are a risk. Cheap energy. The war might change the energy equation. That'll change the business plan of Amazon. That'll change the business plan of FedEx, as an example. So war is a problem. There are risks. But on the other hand, AI is going to reduce perhaps the need for FedEx, the need for a lot of traveling. So there might be a rebalancing of the energy demand mix. Anyway, let me move on. Dr. Tom Core, Ricky says, Dr. Tom Core seems honest. I watched Rebecca's interview again a few weeks ago. Yeah, I commend that action too, Ricky. You should always listen many times because you pick things up the second time through or you're reminded of it. She did an excellent job with that interview. And whether he meant to or not, she got him to say some really interesting things, which by now are dated. They're dated. But important. And so, yeah, I think he's excellent. I think he's excellent. Ward Richardson, you all are sitting on a gem here, everyone. Buy while you can. RailEngine. Buy while you can. And yeah, it's like that guy Brandon had who got stopped out at 25 cents for 50,000 shares. Even though the stocks come back down, I doubt he's rebought. My point being, if you don't buy down here, you're just going to sit on the sidelines. I'm going to face that decision, I think. If I had my money right now, or last week, or last month, I would buy a bloody nice position. But odds are, just because I've been working on getting this out of the system since September, odds are by the time I get it, I'm just going to be able to buy a fraction of what I thought I could. And then the question is, do you do it? That's the tough thing about investing. You can't treat it like you would your mama or your brother or a friend. you promised me that I would get to play the, I don't know, you promised me that I would get the, I can't think of any new term toys, but you promised me that I could have all the Halloween candy that I could collect and I could eat it all. But now you're telling me you don't want me to eat it and I can only have a little bit. And then I can pout and then I'm never gonna do anything, But that's not how the market works. If I had gotten my money last week, or if I had gotten it in February, or if I had gotten it in January, or if I had gotten it at the end of December, I could be talking to you right now about a big position I have in Railtown. But none of it happened. And it's never going to happen. Now, it may be that by some mixture of things in 2 weeks, lo and behold, it's a reasonable thing, a similar thing. But the odds are, I have to be frank, the odds are, by the time the system lets go, the odds are maybe I can buy 5 or 10% of what I originally could. The question is, would I do it? And I think the answer is yes, I would. But most people wouldn't. They'd say, you said I could have it. It's just human nature. But the reason I would do it is even if Railtown's at, I don't know, 350, I don't think there's a better idea out there. And the one advantage, if the stock price is higher, you don't have to wait. The action is happening. It's happening. Ricky Brogan. So Railtown AI already in existence before Corey met up with Marwan. I don't think so. I think and Corey will come on here to answer all your questions. But his response is similar to Ward's. He's told me, let's wait until there's more news out there. I don't think it's possible one of them had started something, but no, I don't think Railtown. You're probably looking at when the company started. I don't want to look it up because I've taken everybody's time. I'll try to look that up for tomorrow. I'll write that down. But if they reversed into an existing public company, the start date you see on public filings for the company can be different than when Railtown actually came together as the two guys. So in other words, I don't know the answer, but if they went public with an existing shell, which happens all the time, the start date of that company becomes when the shell or that company was created. I don't know the answer. I wrote it down. I'll look it up for the next time. Bob, Ward, sure appreciate all your insights and the information you share with us. Ricky Brogan, yes, Ward, I'm loading more next week. Ward Richardson, Bob's your uncle, thumbs up. Ward Richardson, Ricky is not your uncle, thumbs up. Ricky Brogan, Tony D, the Tiger, was totally different during AMC. I saw his YouTube once or twice for a couple of minutes. They say he was a shill for CEO Adam Aaron. Popcorn. I don't know. I don't know Tony. I've never met him. I think he came on here once. All I'm saying is that message, you just got to avoid it because it's going to make you nervous. It's going to drive you crazy. You guys here, particularly the people that are averaging down, the people that bought Railtown over a year ago, the people that bought it in June, you have paid your dues. And if you've built a large enough position, you paid your dues in all those other stocks, popcorn stocks and the rest of them. Get your reward. And I just don't see when it's going to stop. A market crash, we'll have to be aware of that. I mean, we got to pay attention, but don't get shaken out early. AC stocks. I guess I'll just watch later if all you're going to do is rant for an hour on one question. Holy fuck, Will. Well, maybe I ranted. I apologize to you, AC. I have to say, I think I spent a lot of time on your question too. I hope people are more charitable about that. I tried to spend quite a bit of time on your question. Ricky Brogan, Tony copied, traded off you, William, and all of us after bashing RT. I'm going to email our IR and tell. Yeah, I'm not trying. I don't know. I would be careful talking to Tony. And I got upset for when I first heard it, but you know, everybody's a big boy. Look, I don't think the company can make a wrong step. That's the thing. Even if the company, even if Tony is somehow working with a short fund, that fund can't interrupt what's coming for Railtown. We got past that risk. We're past it. Railtown has $6 million. Railtown's on the verge of a huge ramp up in revenue. So I think we're past that risk. Adelep, Ricky, can you give us their email address? We all should. Tony, tigers. Oh, Lordy. That's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is that message. It can come from any short. It can come from any short, any place. Ricky, I don't know to you, Tony, email. Ricky, I don't doubt him taking me off stick. Ricky, Stock Twits, he liked the owl guy post, so I commented. Ricky, my thumb keeps hitting while I'm texting, sorry. Ricky, Tony D, Cat Stryker, and Bigums and more were accused of being an AMC shill. I lost 134,000 in AMC. Wow. I'm going to write that down. I'm going to see if I can pay attention to when your position goes green. It's a lot of money. I don't think Railtown's going to make you go where these stocks went up, and you had to sell out, and in retrospect, everybody tells you you had a chance to sell out. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the situation with Railtown at all. I'm sorry you lost so much money, Ricky. That's a lot of money. Ricky Brogan, I went as far as going in front of Judge Zern up in Delaware about AMC. Wasn't it Zorn Industries in the I don't know, one of the Bond movies? Silver Skyrocket, maybe Stock Twits might not be a good place to be at the moment. Silver Skyrockets. Have a good weekend, everyone, except for the shills. You can all have a shilly weekend. Ricky Brogan, William, I sure hope for your state it stays in the low price, 20 to 30, so you can get your funds. I'd like it, but look, I want you guys. I'm just as happy if you guys make the money. I wish I were, but I'm following my own advice I give everyone. You got to just be happy. You got to start with what you have, and I'm happy with that. Ricky Brogan's at Silver. Have a good one. Silver, same to you, Ricky. Adelip. No, William, my question about reverse split was sincere. I knew it was, because the shill on Stock Twits was saying you said Railtown would need to do a reverse. I never said that. I never said that. Oh, I didn't know. So you didn't need to hear that whole explanation. I never said Railtown would have to do a reverse split to get to $50. I never once said that, ever. See, that, Adelip, that's what I know. I use the name a lot because I think people remember things better if you're kind of specific. It's not one person. The shills and the bashers are a team. They come from all different directions, and they come in all sorts of disguises. So, and they lie. I never said that. Silver Skyrocket, maybe stay off Stock Twits. I kind of agree with that. Adelip, no, there's good guys there too, just like here. All right. Silver Skyrocket, you can't be sure who's on Stock Twits, just like you can't be sure here. That's true, just saying. And that's sometimes I get it wrong by misjudging someone. When I get upset, it's the message, not the specific person, because frankly, who do I really know here? Silver Skyrocket, Adelip, your question about the reverse is a prime example of why you probably shouldn't be on Stock Twits. Show you may or may not be capable of fully discerning the information. Discernment matters, Silver. That's exactly right. Discernment matters. It's hard. Silver Skyrocket, I mean this in the most sincere way. I don't mean to offend you. And I think Adelap doesn't take it badly. Silver Skyrocket, please be careful out there. Ricky, congratulations, Bob. Silver, also, the reverse rumor is only intended to shake people out, but there's good guys on there. Yeah. Don't get shaken out. Silver, we have a great community on Stock Twits. All but Tony shows up sometimes. Adelep, Silver, I love when shills comes out. It means we are doing the right thing. If no shills, I'm worried. It's an interesting point. Ricky Adelap, thumbs up. Ricky Brogan, if I do an electric funding to my broker, since I guess if you do it from your credit union, takes 8 business days. If I go to the Bass Pro Shop or Walmart, The debit card, it's right away. I know. I know. When you go to Walmart, by the time you're in your truck, the money's changed hands both sides. I know. Ricky Brogan has been like this for 20 years. Looks like with AI and such, it would change. Yeah, it is going to. Ricky Brogan, so I do wires as much as I can. It's instant. And the credit union waives the $15 fee. That's smart. The guy that brought up the reverse stock splits on StockTwits is probably Tony the Stork Tiger's alt account. It could be. Bob made Railtown go up. I think he could have. Ricky Brogan, Adela, if on your StockTwits, it was listed last or this morning, the person with the owl profile, he listed negative and positive, as well as Tony the Tiger liked his post. Ricky, that was me, Trader Rick, that commented. Julius, I remember clearly when you were saying finger was going below $1. It's not that I'm trying to make that happen. Yeah. Ricky Brogan, could the owl guy be nervous, or is Tony or someone posting it with Tony? I don't know, but it has raised my antennas. Ricky, right? He bashes us, and he never has liked any post on StockTwits. He doesn't like it or comment. Yeah, you got to be careful. That's all. Hey, peace. Adela, pretty sure the owl guy is Tony. Full of baloney. You guys are clever. Ricky Brogan, Adela, I think so as well. It sure has raised my radar since I read that post and saw that Tony liked it. Ricky, I noticed that Tony never likes good news or if somebody bought that day. T. Alex, I have an open order for 12,550 Monday morning. Good for you. No reverse splits RT. Just remember the management team is running the show. I don't think there will be any. But now I got the context. I never said they need to get to $50. They need a reverse split. The one for 500 I was talking about was the, well, at least to my memory, was CRTD because it's the only one I know of. Who knows? Amanda Zern, Chancery Court, Delaware, only weeks before I went in front of her, Elon Musk had to as well. T. Alex, stay the course, everyone. There's a lot of DD here that points up. That's like that scene in Family Guy where Chris is at school and the teacher leans down with his test score and she's mad at him and she says, what do you see here? And he looks up, he says, I don't know, 2 D's and an F. All right, let me go through some of what I was going to go through. I agree with whoever told me I went on a long time. That sure was a long time. All right, see that chart? Even with today's action, it came back. It hasn't broken through that 20-day, and it's in this horizontal, which is essentially resistance now. And so, we could stay there for a while. Or if it breaks through, I would say there's more resistance here and here, but it just depends on the power of the breakthrough. All right, let's just go through what I put up earlier in the day. This guy, on the other hand, I think puts good information out there on X. This is Patient Pays. And I think Patience Pays. And I think, and I'm pretty sure I know that he worked on Wall Street, and his perspective, I think, shows professionalism. So anyway, Patience Pays said 9 hours or maybe 12 hours ago, Railtown. From my perspective, Railtown has done an excellent job of managing its capitalization structure over the past year. I believe fully diluted count was just over 170 million at the time. To be at 213 million outstanding and 227 million fully diluted should not come as a surprise when you take into account AIP acquisition and the investment by Lazaridis. And the 213/227 million should not be a concern. While almost all pre-revenue companies must be considered speculative in nature, fair enough, I have concluded that what Railtown has built over the past year brings significant accretive shareholder value from current levels if the company's acquired. While current revenue run rate would be of interest, the real value to a buyer would be the revenue opportunity of the combined entity, if there's an acquiring company, based upon the value that the Railtown products bring to the table. In other words, synergy. I hate that word. The presence of Lazaridis as advisor and investor has only strengthened this point for me. If Rail can stay independent through 26 and show evidence of significant revenue growth, the ultimate buyout value soars beyond my price target of $250 a share. This is just one investor's opinion, and that's what makes a market. It's a good post. All right, let's see what I came up with. All right, so I asked the computer, basically I said, could you analyze the people on the board, at the advisory board at Railtown, and what do they bring to the company? So the answer came back, I don't quite understand the beginning sentence there, but it says Doug Fragan, the other BlackBerry co-founder, is also on the advisory board. I'm not sure that's true. And co-led the 3.4 million investment alongside Lazaridis. That is true. That's 2 BlackBerry founders, not 1. That detail matters and is underreported. Now let's go over each board member, but what they can actually open. All right, so let's see what it says. I haven't read this before because I wanted to go live. Mike Lazaridis and Doug Fragan the Steely Dan guy. Two men who built the device that governments and regulated enterprises trusted for sovereign communications. That's interesting. The BlackBerry device, I didn't know that it was trusted for sovereign communications, governments and enterprises. I actually think that's pretty big. Their personal networks run directly into the C-suites of every major Canadian institution and into the global defense and government procurement community that used BlackBerry for decades. Wow. The most direct revenue path here is Canadian federal government procurement, sovereign AI tools for government departments. That's a multi-year, high-margin, recurring contract opportunity that no cold sales team can access, but that a phone call from Lazaridis can open immediately. The second path is the Jensen Hung introduction we discussed. We did? NVIDIA as an acquirer or strategic partner. Lazaridis has the credibility and the context to frame the conversation at exactly the right level. This is huge. This is what the computer has come up with when I asked, what are these people bringing to the table? And then there's Pat Horgan, IBM Canada COO. This is the most immediately actionable board member for revenue. Maybe that's what I asked. Tell me what revenue these guys can bring to the table. That's probably what I asked. During his tenure at IBM, he was responsible for the successful implementation of major AI and high-performance computing initiatives in collaboration with the government of Ontario and the federal government. He knows every CIO and technology procurement officer in Ontario and in the federal government ecosystem personally. Government of Ontario alone has hundreds of departments deploying AI tools under sovereign compliance requirements. Horgan can walk Railtown into those conversations as a known, trusted figure. IBM is also a natural distribution partner. IBM's consulting arm sells technology solutions to regulated enterprises globally. A Hogan brokered relationship with IBM. I might have lost that sentence. There it is. A Horgan brokered relationship with IBM Global Services as a Railtown reseller would be enormously valuable. Michael Norbrega, former CEO of OMERS. OMERS manages over $100 billion in assets. Norbrega ran it. His network is every major Canadian pension fund, every large Canadian institutional investor, and every infrastructure asset manager in the country. The direct revenue path is less obvious, but potentially more valuable. Pension funds are among the most regulated, data-sensitive enterprises in Canada. They cannot use foreign cloud AI tools under fiduciary and regulatory requirements. They are exactly the sovereign AI buyer Railtown serves. Norbrega can open those conversations. The second path is institutional investment, getting Canadian pension capital into Railtown at a meaningful scale, which stabilizes the balance sheet and removes dilution risk we identified earlier, did we? John Ruffalo, OMERS venture founder, Mavericks Private Equity. Ruffalo is co-founder and vice chair of the Council of Canadian Innovators, which means he has a direct policy and lobbying relationship with the federal government on technology sovereignty issues. Prime Minister Carney has made sovereign cloud a nation-building priority. Ruffalo can ensure Railtown is in every policy conversation where sovereign AI standards are being set. If you help write the standards, you build the product that meets the standards. Beyond policy, Ruffalo's Mavericks Network and Omer's Ventures Alumni Network are the most active technology investors in Canada. Beyond policy, Ruffalo's Mavericks Network and Omer's Ventures Alumni Network are the most active technology investors in Canada. He can bring institutional capital and strategic co-investors that no one else on the board can. Dr. Tom Core, now Director of Corporate Development at Railtown. This is the sleeper. He ran Ontario Centres of Excellence for 10 years and the Waterloo Accelerator Center before that. His entire career has been connecting technology companies to government funding, university research partnerships, and commercialization programs. Canada's Strategic Innovation Fund, NRC IRAP, and various provincial AI funding programs represent non-dilutive capital that could fund Railtown's R&D without touching the capitalization table. Dr. Core knows every program, every application process, and every decision maker. That's not glamorous, but it's real money that doesn't dilute shareholders. Dr. Eldad Haber and Cameron Schuler. Haber's UBC Academic Network and Schuler's Vector Institute connections, Open University Research Partnership, and talent pipelines, critical for maintaining technical leadership without paying Silicon Valley salaries. Schuler's Vector Institute relationships also connect directly to Canada's top AI researchers who could become either customers, collaborators, or technical talent, which Railtown needs. The hot, honest assessment, this is a genuinely powerful board for a company of Railtown's size. So what's one way of reading that? Maybe Railtown should be a bigger size right now. Why isn't it? Because the markets are inefficient. One reason is the Merrill Lynch rule of $5. Another reason, there's a blackout on the news, but only if they're activated. Advisory boards at small public companies often collect names without collecting actions. That's true. The board was announced March 4th, 6 days ago. I just asked that question today. So you can't trust computers completely. The test of whether these appointments mean anything will be visible within 90 days. If Horgan opens one Ontario government conversation, if Norbrega connects one pension fund CIO, if Ruffalo surfaces one policy win, those are signals the board is working. If nothing happens by June, the names are decorative. Railtown AI Technologies' fully diluted share count appears to be 227.7 million shares. As of its recent MD&A dated February 2026 private placement and stating 227, 653, 830 fully diluted common shares. But we don't know. Some warrants may have expired. We just don't know. We can't be precise, but we can be in the ballpark on a fully diluted basis. It's essentially 230 million shares. And I asked, has it been higher? Yes, it has been higher. The company's October 2025 amalgamation disclosure described a post-transaction that by January 2025, blah, 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 blah. It doesn't help to read all those numbers. Early 2025, there were 172.6 million fully diluted shares. In 24, 137 million. The latest one is what we just said. That indicates the share count has not only been higher before, but it's actually maneuvered materially higher over time. I'm not sure your numbers show us that. So the caveat is different documents use different measurement dates and definitions. So the precise now figure depends on whether you mean basic shares outstanding, fully diluted shares, or post-transaction pro forma shares. Anyway, I think if we use 228 million, we're right in the number, but it could expand. So I asked the computer to use the Basher's Handbook and other sources and tell me about it. Tell me about bashers. And here's the answers. Bashers usually masquerade as allies. Bashers usually masquerade as allies by posing as independent analysts, seasoned traders, concerned whistleblowers, or even friendly members of an online investor community, while actually steering sentiment for their own benefit. In the patterns described across investor alert and stock bashing sources, the core play is to build trust first, then to use that trust to push a hidden agenda. That sounds like Benji Netanyahu with Trump. Anyway, common rules that bashers adopt. The concerned skeptic, the one who says they are just trying to protect you from a bad company while selectively spotlighting risks and ignoring positives. The insider or former insider who claims special knowledge and uses that status to sound credible. The independent researcher or analyst who presents cherry-picked data, faked certainty, and dramatic conclusions. The community mentor who chats like a helpful friend in forums or direct messages and slowly earns trust before making a pitch or a pinch. The registered professional imposter who borrows real names, logos, credentials, or even cloned websites to sound legit. They spread false or misleading claims, especially about lawsuits, accounting problems, dilutions, regulatory trouble, or product failures. It sounds like they spread a false bit about the reverse split this morning. They amplify fear and uncertainty with emotional language, sensational headlines, and repeated posts that create an illusion of consensus. They use fake accounts, multiple aliases, or coordinated posting to make it seem like many people independently agree. They cite doctored screenshots, fabricated testimonials, or manipulated account statements to make the story feel real. They use spoofed websites, clone profiles, and misuse registration details to impersonate real firms or advisors. How the trust trap works. The pattern is usually first they look helpful, then they look authoritative, then they create urgency. That sequence matters because once somebody feels the other party is on their side, they are more likely to accept sloppy evidence, ignore verification, and to act quickly. How the trust trap works. The pattern is usually first they look helpful, then they look authoritative, and then they create urgency. That sequence matters because once somebody feels the other party is on their side, they are more likely to accept sloppy evidence, ignore verification, and act quickly. The basher pushes urgency, sell now, buy now, this will disappear soon. That you might accuse me of that by some measure over the last 8 or 9 months, I suppose. I didn't mean it that way, but I didn't mean false urgency, but in retrospect, my urgency was wrong. Anyway, practical warning signs. The evidence is mostly anecdotes, screenshots, or recycled claims rather than verifiable filings. They are vague about identity, registration, or compensation. They lean heavily on fear, outrage, or certainty instead of balanced analysis. They steer you off platform to private chats, unusual websites, or unfamiliar payment channels. I don't know about all these things, but here's a compact field checklist for spotting bashers, pumpers, broker imposters, and manipulative influencers in real time. Use it when evaluating posts, direct messages, or pitches about stocks like Railtown. Run through the items quickly and exit if 3+ flags appear. A red flag, what to check. Obsession with one risk. Do they hammer dilution? Do they hammer dilution? Do they hammer dilution? Or one issue while ignoring revenue, partnerships, or filings? Real analysis is balance. Fixation signals they have an agenda. Urgency or FOMO pushes sell now, buy before it's gone, or act fast. Well, there's an aspect of that in my advice, I suppose. But legitimate advice gives you time to verify. Well, I would say you can't accuse me of not spending the time. Vague credentials, no real name, no real firm, no FINRA SEC check, no verifiable track record. Pros are registered and traceable. Emotional overload. They use heavy fear, outrage, or hype versus data. Manipulation thrives on emotion, not facts. Echo chamber. Same claims from new or low follower accounts at once. It's coordination of sock puppets. Screenshots, no links to Edgar or Setter filings, or recycled rumors. Verifiable sources beat anecdotes. DM me weird links. It bypasses oversight. Changes details, avoids specifics, or flips positions, hiding their real game. If suspicious, search the poster's handle plus scam in Google or check FINRA broker check. This fits your dilution focus inquiries on microcaps perfectly. That's, I guess, my questions. Friends of the community, pretenders aim to depress stock prices through orchestrated negativity, allowing themselves or their backers to profit from the fallout. Their end game is financial gain via short selling or cheap share accumulation, all whilst hiding behind a facade of concern. They drive panic selling, spread exaggerated risk, or, for example, dilution fears to trigger retail sell-offs, lowering the price so shorts can cover or they can buy low before a rebound. They accumulate cheaply, bash to create undervaluation, load up on shares at depressed levels, then ride or pump the recovery for outside gains. They aid short positions, help hedge funds or traders by amplifying downside pressure, securing cheap long shares to cover naked shorts or margin calls. Exploit conversations, target companies with convertible notes, crashing the price to force more shares upon conversion, which bashers then flip. Secondary motives, revenge or ego, ex-employees, rejected promoters, or bitter losers vent grudges by tanking sentiment, deriving satisfaction from being right. Kickbacks and recruitment, paid by scammers to build trust, then steer victims to fake investments or groups for commissions. Perpetual game, thrill seekers or no-lifers who manipulate for dopamine hits from down ticks, repeats, and public validation. Could a basher work for months to build trust by appearing to be along in order to gain credibility and then give bumper sticker advice? Yes, that's a classic long game manipulation tactic called, quote unquote, going Trojan horse, or building a, quote, credible long persona, unquote, before flipping to cap gains and protect shorts. Bashers invest months acting bullish, posting wins, sharing small long positions, cheering milestones, to earn trust as a community ally, only to pivot with nobody goes broke taking profits, or lock in now before dilution hits when pressure builds on shorts. Why this tactic works? They mirror real holders talk early, hyping Railtown's orchestration edge or partnerships, post verifiable small buys, and avoid early red flags. Once they are credible, their exit calls feel like, quote, battle-tested advice from, quote, one of us, triggering chain reaction cells that ease short covering or halt squeezes. The key goal of this ploy, cap upside for shorts, prevent momentum from crushing their backers' positions by getting longs to sell into strength. Harvest credibility. Use the long phase to build a follower base, then monetize via timed exits, referrals, or flips to other ideas. Limit rival profits. Keep the community from riding full upside. Keep the community from riding the full upside, ensuring shorts or accumulators get cheap shares later. Plausible deniability. If called out, they say, I was long first, just being prudent, hiding their agenda. Spot this early. Watch for position flips without explanation, vague profit taking amid the catalysts, or sudden dilution obsession after bullish posts. Cross-check their claimed longs versus actual filings. Bashers and manipulators routinely poach audiences from established investor communities, forums, or influencers around hot microcaps like Railtown. They infiltrate by mimicking supporter language, then they gradually steer sentiment. It's far easier than building from scratch. Why poach instead of finding their own stocks? Established liquidity is key. Virgin stocks lack the retail volume needed for efficient entry exit. Poaching a hype stock's followers ensures instant trading activity, which their paymasters, short funds, high frequency trading desks, require to layer orders, naked short, or dump without crashing the spreads. Why poach? It's lower effort, higher yield. Creating buzz for a nobody stock demands real promo spend and risk. Hijacking an existing community's FOMO or conviction lets them ride free momentum before flipping to fear. For example, Railtown's AI orchestration hype. And hype can be real sometimes, by the way. Why poach? Psychological leverage. Trusted groups have pre-built conviction. Bashers erode it subtly, turning bulls into sellers more quickly than starting cold. No need to convince from zero. The steel setup, exactly. Paymasters need that retail volume spike to commence the steal. Low volume shell companies. Low volume shell companies can't absorb short attacks or conversions without alerting regulators. Poaching delivers the bag holders. Excited retail piles in on the community pick, creating the churn for shorts to harvest. Seen it in every micro-cap bash pattern, which is why I want to get away from you. Yes, bashers and manipulators frequently make it personal in order to fracture communities and turn audiences against key holders, leaders, or even the company itself. It is a divide and conquer escalation when subtler tactics stall, aiming to isolate defenders and amplify doubt. Why go personal? It erodes leadership by smearing vocal bulls. That guy's just a paid show, or he's hiding losses. They neutralize cheerleaders who rally sentiment, splitting the group into believers and skeptics. Why go personal? It weaponizes tribalism. Personal digs spark infighting. Why trust him over us, real investors? Distracting from filings or fundamentals like Railtown's MD&A while panic spreads. Why go personal? You amplify FOMO reversal. Attack the face of optimism to make optimism itself suspect, pushing nobody goes broke taking profits on a human target. Common personal ploys, smear campaigns, doctored screenshots of losses, fake DMs, or gossip about motives. He's in it for the pump. Dehumanizing labels, bag holder, cultist, delusional, to shame exits and make holding feel lonely. False flag alliances, pretend to be a battered ex-ally. I was long too until he lied, flipping trust. Amplify FOMO reversal, attack the face. Docs light threats, vague, I know what you're doing, hints to intimidate without crossing lines. You're in dilution hot microstocks like Railtown, they target analytical voices questioning bashers. Watch for ad hominem while you post filings. Run the checklist. If attacks ramp with no substance, it's personal agenda, not debate. Stays true to poaching patterns. Bashers commonly escalate to specific personal attacks in smear campaigns to discredit targets, sow division, and erode community trust. These are tailored to hit insecurities, offering mirroring real investor fears like incompetence or greed in the microcap context. Core types of attack, incompetence labels, bag holder, delusional, clueless retail, can't read filings, implying the target ignores obvious dilution or red flags. Financial desperation, paper-handed loser, needs quick cash, hiding massive losses, to shame holding and paint holders as irrational. Moral smears, paid bumper, shill for management, scammer, grifter, flipping the script to make defenders look corrupt. Personality jabs, cultist, obsessed, angry, doesn't play well with others, hysterical for women. Stability hits, unstable, crazy, addict, bipolar, escalating to question mental fitness, especially post-exposure. They seed these via quote unquote flying monkeys, recruited allies, fake screenshots of trades and DMs, or quote, I was a fan until confessions. In Railtown like threads, expect dilution denier or blind to MD&A to tie to your focus. Classic when poaching fails. I don't know. I think I already did these. I think I already did these. Yeah, I did them all. All right. So that's it for my today. It's 8 o'clock. Let's see if there's any more comments like what the F. Let's see if there's any what the F comments. You ranted for a whole hour on one question. All right, Ricky, I have a GDC order in for 2008-40. I think I'll have to raise the price this weekend. I just placed after the market. You can wait. You know, you don't have to have it in. Or wait until before the market opens. You can cancel it. You know, maybe 10 minutes before the market opens, put it in at the ask. Typically, but not always. I mean, if you look at the time and sale, it will look that way. If you go in before the market opening, you're going to get the opening price, whatever it is. But there are some, exceptions to that. The opening trade has to cover the volume that you had, and you've got to be in range of it. But that's one way to do it. In other words, put it in 10 minutes before the market opens. Oftentimes on the opening trade, during the day, particularly when a stock is being counterfeited, I think it's best just to go in at the ask because they're not going to print it at the ask. In this case, I've never seen one. They always do it below. But before the market opens, I noticed that you can oftentimes put your order in between the bid and the ask and get filled. So you can try that at the opening too. Ricky Brogan, 100% to you, Alex. Bob, had to get off for a while. Thanks for your help, William, as always. I now have lowered my average. There you go. There you go. Do you see that? Your average is now 0.3616. That's fantastic price. That is a fantastic price. Yes, you had to risk more money. I mean, that's true. But that's good for you, Bob. That is great. Ricky says, Bob, awesome. Mine is 0.40. Another great price. Ricky, it's a great price. That is a fantastic price. And a few more dismissals should be in the mid 0.39s next week. Dale Emmerich. Hey, William, just saying hi. Oh, I also picked up wow. 49,000. I'm so glad that Artemis 2 splashed down. They were worried that there might be a problem. That's great. Now they can go to the bathroom without going, ew. That's awesome, Dale. Good job. 49,000 is a great position. Bob S. I was just looking at my purchase history. Bought the first time on 123.25. So that's long term. Have purchased RT 46 times since. I am more confident now than I've ever been. Not that it matters to any of you. It matters to me. Matters to me. You have a big position, so it matters to me. But your first position and maybe many of your positions are now long term. Artemis 2 astronauts have splashed down to Earth. Bob, I know it's hard, but we all need to keep the faith. This is going to happen. Congratulations to all of you on here. I agree with Bob on that. I think with that, I'm just going to check to see if there's any more nightmare war news. There isn't. That's good. It's always good. It's always good when there ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Israel strikes. This is from an Israeli newspaper, Haaretz. Israeli strikes in Lebanon killed 1,953. I guess God's on our side. All right. So let's pray for peace in the world. It's been a long time. I pray for peace for each of you. Thanks for listening. I apologize to who? AC. I think it was AC Stocks. Sorry, I spent an hour on one question, but I think I spent about 20 minutes on yours, so I hope that makes it up to you.
Ask away.
Feels like there's somebody in the house.
None of your accessories can do that.
Thank you. Anyway, thanks for tuning in. And for now, tune in and tune out. We'll see you maybe tomorrow, but certainly Monday for sure, but maybe tomorrow or Sunday. Let me reserve the optionality. The weather's nice. I've got a lot of work to do, a lot of phone calls to make. So we'll see when I come back on. But peace to each of you. Thanks for stopping by. Ciao.